under attack.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Make a fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I will be the talk of the lanes.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Dominating, I guess.
Una chiqui nomás, brother. La preocupante la gacha, mano.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Illusion.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Pull roots and
To
run.
the gills.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Haste!
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
With me.
Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'll never see this coming.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
With me.
Mega kill.
Está preocupante la cancha, pero una chiqui nomás, brother.
Radiant are scanning.
Haste.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Loaded to the gills!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the ground. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Uproot and after them.
Singing trio.
Solid and return.
Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's courier has been killed.
Solid and return.
Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Pull roots and run.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Killing spree. They're unstoppable? That was unreal. Hello, this is Gabe. Thanks for playing Dota 2. Double kill.
Is under attack.
A dominating performance.
Good to be this good.
Está preocupante la cancha, perro.
So good and tasty.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Dominating, I guess.
Holy shit. My voice was turned off. Lul. Thanks.
Radiant's middle
I'm saying
tower
lots of
is
stuff, but
under
no one's hearing me. Great. So yeah, a big advantage still for Entity. And now that there's no buybacks on a bunch of heroes on EG, it's gonna be tough for them to defend here. They do have buyback on Naga and like the most important one, but they don't want to use it. It's only 23 seconds. the shard from Leshrac is so annoying. They don't even get the tower. Might even think about denying that tower, honestly. So... I'm gonna keep it for now. Okay, Naga is going for Arcane Blink now. Wait, where did the Aghanims go? Did these change his mind? Only had a completed Aghanims, but maybe it was just queuing it. He's gonna go for the Arcane Blink. Was a standard late game item. Gonna replace the boots. And having boots is very good on especially illusion heroes, but in the very late game, when money is no longer a concern, you want that swift blink. Yeah, still a very passive game. Green Protector has completed the Lotus Orb now. It's got Gem of True Sight. Very nice for map control. Let's go for the Refresher Orb. Good item as well. Could also think about the Aghanims, but in pro games usually Treants don't go for that. I'm gonna go for like more teamfight oriented stuff. The Aghanim is great for vision, but if your opponent is paying attention, they can also destroy those trees pretty well. So, oh yeah, he did actually go for Nullifier now. Okay, and AC seems to be like the last item here for profit. Not going for any of the blinks. The blinks are not that great on Nature's Prophet. I guess you might want to think about the strength blink, but it's not that good. So I think it makes sense just to use AC and just use teleport for mobility. But if the situation calls for it, you can also think about getting Rapier instead. But then he would be a bit lower on attack speed. I think it makes sense to buy an item that's attack speed oriented. He's not attacking that fast, like only once every 0.46 seconds. Ooh, Whisper. Good use of the dart. But now Stormstormer coming in with the ultimate. And what is Prophet doing? He's just sort of biding his time for now. Protecting Toby. And Pakash has to dong there. Do they want to re-engage this? The step up is very low. Oh! Stormstormer is still surviving. Yeah, I mean, this game I think is pretty much over. Ooh, yeah, Naga's gonna die as well here. And that's gonna be it, I think. Might as well call it here. I guess they're gonna fight to the last. Because this is the... well, they're still in the upper bracket, so they're not gonna be out of the tournament, but they're gonna be out of the upper bracket. And yeah, Entity just playing it safe. They're gonna Roche. This Roche has everything. So... we'll probably see Nature's Prophet again taking the Aegis. Maybe you want the cheese on Death Prophet. Maybe one of the sports. And okay, gets an Aghanims there. That's nice. Oh, cheese just left there. Okay, Brandon's gonna pick it up. Actually, also nice to have the cheese when you use your Refresher, because then using your full combo twice is very mana expensive. So Refresher helps there. Ooh, Naga Siren once again being engaged on. And yeah, BKB still going there. And that's gonna be it. That's the dieback, and there's no way of coming back from that. So yeah, that's gonna be game. once again showing that this Prophet hero is a very viable carry currently. He just farms so fast and also just has good stats. He's got very good stat gain. It's like 3.6 agi gain on an int hero. It's actually insane. Also 2.6 strength gain. It's also very, very rich, so you can easily buy that AC or anything else pretty much, but it doesn't matter. The game is over. Oh, nice little slight black hole there. Oh, not enough mana here for second black hole. Lol. Okay, that's gonna be it. Yeah, that was a bit of a disappointing game, honestly, with CEG playing sort of very passively there, and just like a very sort of tactical controlled game, with Entity just slowly increasing elite over time. And the Naga never really came in line. Like, this Naga is 5 and 6. That's not where you want your carry to be. And yeah, Stormstorm had a really good game. I'm not sure exactly when the next game is going to start. Hopefully pretty soon. The next one is going to be Team Spirit against Rebellion. So that's going to be a fun game. Who do I favor for that? I think Shopify Rebellion has looked really good so far. Actually, Spirit though has better stats in the group stages. So it should be a very competitive game. And Spirit, obviously, they are the former TI champions. They can definitely take this, but of course, a lot of experienced players here on Shopify Rebellion. And yeah, it promises to be a good game. But I would, if I had to bet, I would put my money on Shopify Rebellion. I would give them like a slight edge. And then later on, we're going to have Liquid and Talon. Will also be a great matchup, with Liquid, I think, definitely being the favorites there. Let's look at some of the full boards from this. Okay, this was game number 1. Okay, so again, very one-sided game apparently. Very slow game. And yeah, again, Entity just slowly building an advantage, and then eventually they win. What's the lineup here? They got the Lina. We've got ooh, Pugna mid lane. That's kind of interesting. Pugna mid lane, and actually the off lane Silencer. Interesting. Guardian Greaves. That's kind of a blast from the past. Like a long time ago in a galaxy far away, Silencer was played as a core and would usually rush mech. Greaves didn't exist back then. But I mean, mana boots, it's not really the boots you want on a Silencer. You really would prefer treads, but it's not terrible. With the extra mana, why not? And yeah, I mean, I guess you do decent amount of right-click damage. You of course have the 5-minute boost. That's actually interesting. So if we look at his item progression there. So he starts with this sort of stat build at the start with a wand. He gets just mana boots. Kind of weird to see mana boots before for this Falcon Blade, but okay. Extra mana. And he just goes for the mech. And just finishes Greaves right away. And now he's got like essentially like 3 empty slots. I mean, like 2.5. And so he's using Wraith Bands for those slots. Of course, they're going to be very efficient at 25 minutes. I guess that's sort of the advantage of going for an item like Greaves that is very economical in terms of slots. Now he's just going for that 4-star first and then finishing the Hurricane Pike. Now he's got another slot again. And yeah, he's gonna put cheese there. But that's actually a cool build. I like that build. Okay, what do we have a game yet? No. Apparently there's a bit of a delay there. This game was supposed to have started an hour and a half ago. Let's look at this. We see Aster against Gaming Gladiators. And I guess it's another very low kill game. We see a lot of games in this major where there's very few kills. How long does this game last? 33 minutes. Okay, what do we... So we have here a Draw Ranger carry. Going for pretty standard Draw Ranger stuff. We see Nature's Prophet as a support. I don't know, support, but as an offlaner. Did he go for Aghanim Scepter first? Probably did. Let's just look at this progression. Okay, he goes for the Bloodstone start. He goes for Treads, and then straight into Aghanims. Okay, so no messing around, no extra farming item, just going straight for Aghanims. Was a very strong teamfight item. And sometimes you see that as first item on offline prophets, or you can just go straight for a right click, but you already have a draw there. So you don't necessarily need your prophet to be carry here. So it just gets a casual Maelstrom here and Black King Bar. Okay, finishing up the Gleipnir. And yeah, that's going to be it. So the Silence is going to be support. He goes for Drum first. Okay. I kind of like that we're seeing more Drum at this major, especially on supports. It's actually like a great item. Helps your team out so much. It's basically like giving a Windlace to everyone in your team. That's like a passive bonus that's already quite strong. And just like the charges are so strong. It's like 45 attack speed and 13% movement speed. Is a lot. Got Quinn on the Storm. Apparently not having that great of a game. What was his stats? 5 and 2. All right, but his farm is not the greatest, but it's okay. And I wonder what XXS is going for. Interesting. The Blightstone starts. I kind of like that actually. Just going for Greaves. Wait, what is this? Oh, he wanted to go for a Aether Lens. There we go. Yeah. The new game up yet? No. Wait, this looks like a pretty close fought game, although also very low kill count. Let's actually watch a little bit of from that game. See what happened there. And hopefully the game is going to start soon.
Team Aster's turn to ban.
Oh, they're kind of Dota TV starting a bit late. Interesting. let's just speed through the draft. So we got Treant and Nature's Prophet against Lina and Batrider. Lina and Batrider, probably the most successful heroes of the tournament so far. They both have insanely high pick and ban rate and really high win rates. Also, of course, the third one is also Broodmother. I think it's like Lina, Broodmother, and then maybe Broodmother first, and then Lina, and then Batrider. Are sort of dominating the major so far. Alright, Silence Tusk, that is pretty solid. Yeah, so still keeps it flexible. Prophet can be offlaner or carry, and Tusk probably going to be the mid laner. Okay, Troll Warlord goes on carry. It's also actually been quite a successful carry at this major. It surprised me a bit, but he's been picked quite a bit and has done quite well. So, slow this down a little bit.
Why prolong the inevitable?
Lina going with a Quelling Blade and Blades of Attack. Interesting. Oh, I guess he's against a Prophet. Makes sense. Normally would... what? She light strikes these trees?
The silence
Why?
deepens.
Curious about that. You just suspect the hero was there, or what, did you just want to destroy those trees? You also destroyed some trees here. Guess they just want to remove as many trees as possible.
30 seconds to battle.
I guess you're up against Treant.
The battle begins.
This makes some sort of sense. Ooh, okay. Nope, not quite. Yeah, fewer Treants, it's gonna be... fewer trees, it's gonna be much harder for Treants to do anything. Yeah, they're gonna remove all the trees. Actually pretty cool. And of course, getting some tangos here from his support. It was a very strong lane, Enchantress plus Lina. But on the other hand, Silencer plus Nature's Prophet is also very strong. And Nature's Prophet actually really likes being against ranged heroes because they don't have damage block, so they take full damage from Treants, whereas melee heroes have an 8 damage block, blocking on average 8 damage per hit. Means your Treants just do a lot less. Level 1 Treants only do 18 damage, so it's cutting the damage almost in half if you're up against a melee hero at level 1. So
Radiant's courier has been
melee heroes generally tend to do better against Prophet. In the mid lane, Tusk and Batrider. I think that should be a pretty good lane for Batrider. With a small ball there, but nothing really to do there. There's quite a few stacks already. And XWY is going to have to be careful. Look at the last of the denies. We start advantage here for the Batrider in the mid lane. And down at bottom. Okay, we can see. Okay, she gets a Satyr Mindset. It's actually a great creep. That's gonna be annoying. Oh, don't lose it! What are you doing? Pay attention. Also gives a lot of mana to Lina. It's level 2 enchant, so it lasts for, what is it, 60 seconds? Yeah. So 60 times 1.75. What is that? I think quite a lot. I mean, it's not huge, but I don't know, maybe like 100 or something.
Hello, I'm Gabe Newell. You've just
So that's
thanks and have fun.
quite a bit of mana. Basically, you're giving a mango to your Lina, and then also removing a bunch of mana from the enemy. 100 mana every 18 seconds. That's a lot. Tofu coming in there. I guess just soak some experience.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Monet going for Battle Fury. It seems to be pretty standard on Troll Warlords at this major. I think I've seen every single troll I've seen has gone for Battle Fury. Battle Fury really a very popular item on carries these days. Lina gonna go for Maelstrom, very standard. But if you can get away with it, you do go for Maelstrom, or at least the Javelin before boots. It really helps.
Radiant are scanning.
Of course, the obligatory Falcon Blade, as you do on Lina.
Fires of the wood.
But also,
Dire's
we'll also probably soon want to go for Infused Raindrops. Helps up with the mana a bit and helps up with the squishiness.
Fastest blade in the land.
Batrider going for Boots of Travel first. That's not unusual on Batrider. That's actually pretty standard. It's like being able to have high movement speed is so important in this hero. And mobility on the map is very powerful. You just like as soon as like you are somewhere and they can't kite you, you can keep up with them with your Boots of Travel, then you're gonna do a lot. I think if they actually just keep hitting him in there, they might have killed him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Thank you.
Alright, salving the carry, that's always a bit sad. I've just used Ninja's Attendants there. Up there. Yeah, that Underlord is not having a great time. So 3-0 so far for Aster. Not what you want if you're playing Batrider. You don't want to be aggressive, you're going to have kills, but so far nothing doing there. He's 1-0. Outside of Batrider, of course, he's got very poor base damage. We forced him to fight here. No, actually, he just walked it off. Actually, just walked it off. He's halfway to his Boots of Travel. Yeah, Aster so far in pretty good control of this game. Both mid laners, of course, very aggressive. Very aggressive picks. Tusk against Batrider. And those are going to skills move on to late game. But good. Oh, now he just used Firefly. Okay, that's. But he like barely made it out of there, but actually just Firefly. Alright, he's gonna transition right away into farming this camp. That's pretty nice. No stacks here, but a little bit of stack here. Gonna help. Answer Pursuit is also a decent item on Batrider. Lina's got the Possessed Mask. That's a very good item on her. You have so much attack speed that every bit of healing there is quite useful, because if you attack what is it, like 2.5 times per second, that's a lot of healing. It's like upwards of 20 HP per second when you're attacking. So almost got Maelstrom. No boot so far. Very naked Maelstrom. Let me see if the new game is actually up. I always want to jump into that once it's actually available. But it looks like it hasn't started yet. Okay, so both carries sort of neck and neck.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Because Lina completes a farming item first, because it's much cheaper to get Maelstrom than to get Battle Fury. But Troll is also chosen to go for phase boots. Mobility quite important on Troll. not going to have his farming item nearly as fast. That would indicate that Lina's probably going to start scaling a little bit harder right now. And it's going to be important for gaming gladiators. Because they're still left behind slightly. Or Troll also gets Possessed Mask. Also very strong item on Troll. But you also have high attack speed, thanks to what that is, Fervor. And you don't really want to spend the slot and the mana to go for a for lifesteal, like a Mask of Death, or Morbid Mask rather. But you know, if you get that lifesteal for free from a neutral item, that's very convenient. Makes your life quite a bit easier.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Trian there, just enjoying some free experience in the mid lane.
Radiant's bottom
TP top though to help out. And everything's fine, but they used silence on that, they used TPs there. A slight win here for GG. Salary up to is already level 6. I mean, it's also 11 minutes, so it's not surprising. What is the level thing? Hero level is E.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Right, so two of these both still level 5. But both of them are gonna have 6 soonish. We're just going for the energy booster after getting the efficiency items, boots, windlace, magic wand. We with the most efficient items in the game. So it's going to be another 1500 roughly for Battle Fury. And in that time, Lina's already gotten boots and increased raindrops. And it's got another 700 gold in the bank. And she should start accelerating a bit more now. What is Prophet up to? He's just going for the conservative Aghanim build. Just like treads a Blightstone and then straight into Aghanims. And I guess... Oh, he's still got the Brave Leopard keyed up there. Well, actually, he's gonna get Possessed Mask. What's Troll gotten? He wants to have Lance of Pursuit? I mean, it's gonna help a lot in chasing people down, but I would imagine that you go Battle Fury, you just want to farm, and it's like the mask of excuse me, I'm a bit tired. Late here. I would assume that the mask would just fit a lot better on Troll, but apparently they want to be more aggressive there. Oops, another kill there. Racho, he's going for the 4-staff. It's kind of interesting. You don't see 4-staff built on Lina that much. Especially not this early. But I guess there's like a Prophet who can be annoying. You want to get away from Troll. So I kind of like it actually. Of course later it's going to build a Hurricane Pike, which is a pretty decent item in Lina. You see how much this Possessed Mask actually is helping. Heals quite a lot there. Now we're up to... Okay, still about the same attack speed as before. Makes sense because he was already level 7-4. I don't think you can defend this tower here. No, they've got the Prophet Aghanims. It's just such a strong, strong Aghanims. Like having this more or less global entangle is great, and also the cooldown reduction helps a lot.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's also just like a decent like farming item because you can now sort of spam this out without having too much regard for saving it up for team fights. And then you get just kills around the map for free, and it also gives you bonus damage, so that helps as well. So even though obviously you farm more with the Maelstrom first, your farm with this build is actually also pretty good. And Prophet is just inherently a hero that tends to farm fast because of his tree ends helping out with farming and teleportation, being such a powerful ability for farming and just being wherever you need to be.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Out of the Bat Rider, he's got
Killing spree. Left.
Boots
This
of
is game
Travel,
over.
Windlace, and now he's
Thanks
going for
for playing
BKB.
Dota 2.
Very standard stuff.
Double kill.
No messing around. Oops, double kill. We watch that.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's
Go back a bit further. Right, he gets surrounded there.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, of course, Nina at this stage is still quite vulnerable.
This is Gabe Newell. Thanks for playing Dota 2.
Ooh, actually going for Hurricane Pike right away. Interesting. No BKB yet. What's a lot of stuff that goes through BKB here? Like,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
called,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
when he's melee,
Dire's top tower has fallen.
the stun that goes through BKB, or like not the stun but the root. And we've got Tree and Protector ultimate going through BKB. We've got Warrior's Punch going through. We've got Silence going through.
Tower is
So a lot of things that can pierce BKB there. That actually makes sense to go for leaded BKB. Oh, he lost the charger there. That's a bit annoying. He's also afraid to go on the high ground there. Oh, that's a juicy camp. That camp is juicy. Alright, what is our friend XWY doing? He's just going for the BKB. No, like, goofy stuff like Desolate or anything. Just straight BKB. Because BKB is just such a good item. I hope they do another nerf for BKB in the upcoming patch. It's just kind of annoying having to go for BKB in every game. And it's like by far the most bought item of the major so far. Like as far as like major items go, with stuff like boots and stuff is more often bought. But as far as like real items are concerned, BKB is by far number one.
It's just a little snow.
Like pretty much every core buys BKB and many supports as well. And yeah, it's just one of these items that is just inherently so strong. It's also like hard to tell who can actually even nerf it, because BKB is also kind of a necessary part of the game, because otherwise some heroes just like some heroes just like need BKB to function. If you're a sort of melee right clicker, typically you just need a BKB. Hi there, Ben. But the thing is, I think this was like an interview with Arteezy that I read, where he was asked about whether it would be good for Dota to remove BKB from the game. And I think what he said is that it would be terrible because you kind of need BKB to play carry, but the problem, that, at least as far as he sees it, is that all the like mid laners and offlaners are also getting BKBs. Yeah, and I don't know any way. Maybe something you could do is like make BKB like more of a right click item by giving it like more damage but increasing the cost. That might actually be a good might actually be a good idea, and would also be like indirectly a nerf to all these spellcasty kind of heroes. Now they're gonna have a harder time going BKB in something like a Leshrac or a Death Prophet. If let's say BKB gets like another 1k cost, but like a commensurate bonus in damage.
Warriors of the wood.
Alright, let's see if this live game is actually live. How can it not be? How can it not? Why is there so much delay? What is happening here? Never know. I guess we go back to watching this game then. Let's replay. Yeah, Quinn has been struggling a bit. He's fairly low on the net worth totem pole, lowest of all the cores. Ace and Unload has also been struggling. He's just going for Aura Boy items. Going for the Crimson Guard. Was really good against Troll with his fast attacks. Also good against Nature's Prophet with his Treants. They don't do any damage anymore once you have the active there. Enge should be fine here. Sleeping Knight comes out. They want to turn this. It's coming in through the portal. He can be forced on the Tusk. But Global Silence comes out. And looks like I can disengage here. Maybe not, but Boka might be the sacrificial lamb here. Right, nothing actually happens there. Be like BKB becoming a right-click item would benefit certain offlaners though, like Mars and Anchor Smash Tide. That's true. That's true. But those heroes don't seem to be like particularly impressive or anything, so buffing them indirectly I think is okay. Also new update announcements on March the 16th, March the 6th. Yeah, like we already knew that. Valve already confirmed that that is on the 6th of March. Yeah, I guess technically it said like an announcement or something. So if they just like announce, that would be really disappointing. If in the 6th they just like announce, okay, the next update is going to come out in 2 months. That would be kind of sucky. Hopefully that's actually the update. Or at least like give us like patch notes. That would be fine if they like, okay, here's the patch notes and then the update actually comes out a day or two later. That would be fine as well for me. But I want to get the new patch here. Not just the announcement of a new patch. All these announcements of announcements. Looking ahead, once the major champions have been crowned and the tour comes to a close, we look forward to unveiling our next update on March 6th. Okay, unveiling our update, that means that the patch is gonna be go live, or at least the patch notes. That's what I interpret unveiling the update as. Would be denied. Very nice, very nice. And he goes for the high five there. I can respect that. Okay, Lina, similar BKB as you talked about earlier. BKB just not very good here because there are so many BKB piercing things here. Eventually I think she's still gonna get it, but something like the Tannic is probably better here. You can get out of stuff like the Trained Ultimate or the Silence without having to burn BKB. Alright, Roshan I think is just gonna go down now. I don't think Asta will contest this any further. So despite Asta kind of dominating the early game, power of Lina is not to be underestimated. If you look at the score, you would think Asta is like far ahead, but that was kind of misleading. I'm not sure if there even should be a score, because at least to a casual observer, it could sort of give the appearance that, you know, this is what's really important, when really it's not. You can be behind in score and still be ahead in the game. I mean, there's like a certain correlation between having better score and being ahead, but you know, the correlation is very far from one. So I guess it's just like a tradition that you have the score. I guess it gives you like some sort of orientation in game. How you doing? But maybe it should not be displayed this prominently. It's really not that important of a metric.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Maybe instead of prominently displaying the hero kill score, they should prominently display some sort of like objective score, like how many towers and racks have you taken, something like that. Might actually be like a more like honest representation of how the game is going. Although of course here again you can be behind an objective and still be ahead. You've just got a lot more net worth or just much better scaling heroes. It might be some worth thinking about, like more prominently displaying the objectives and then having the kill score being somewhat smaller. I don't know. Anyway, we got here a... We're going for a... No BKB there? Interesting. Not really much BKB basing stuff here on GG except for Flaming Lasso. So... I feel like BKB would be a really strong item here. But instead it's going to go for the Nullifier. What is he looking to nullify? I think he can dispel Satanic. Like Satanic active. What else do we dispel here? I guess Crimson Guard can be dispelled. That's something. Huh. Not sure exactly why he wants to go for the Nullifier. Oh, I guess the Hurricane Pack can be dispelled. That's kind of useful. Alright, you see a teleport coming in, or portal coming in. Or Prophet, yeah, he really wished he had a BKB now. He could have already had it completed at this point. Yeah, so that's a great fight here for GG, making great use of that Pit Lord Taxi. Yeah, we just see once again the power of Lina. You just get that Maelstrom so early, and then you just have incredibly fast farming. It doesn't really matter that the other cores are kind of behind. Like Underlord and Petra are still doing their job. And Lina is just dishing out the damage. See Heaven's Helmet being queued up for Underlord. Pretty good item here. Great against Troll and the Nature's Prophet. Ooh, Quinn. It's pretty deep here. It's pretty low. But I guess it's gonna be an ultimate for a BKB. Oh, extra kill here though. Yeah, that's the power of Ricky. It's just so annoying. It's so easy to get an extra kill with Sleeping Dart. It's pretty good range. And being able to throw that out from Invis is just very powerful. Aegis is almost gone, so I think they're just gonna head back. Well, are they? We're gonna get that heal there. Ace is ready to protect his body. Okay, fortification forced out. And do they want to continue this, or do they want to go back here? The Demon Edge here. Oh, you already got MKB. Like the MKB components except for the Demon Edge, so it's going to be a while. Another 1500 gold. Ooh, Mindbreaker. That's also a very good item, but probably the Titan's Liver is better. Prophet doing Prophet things. Profiting off these creep waves. And he's just going to be a bit passive here. He's going to wait for the teleport cooldown, and he's going to summon more Treants and then probably TP away.
is under attack. Dire's top
And that's kind of
tower
what you have to do
has
in a game where they've got a lot of pick-off options. Oh, but yeah, nothing doing there.
are fortified.
Push is still going on, and yeah, that's a great pick-off there. Oh, they get Lina. Lina, she's got no BKB, so hard to get out there. She's just gonna have to fight. She still has the Hurricane type, but she is nullified. Nullify is gone. Lina is so strong. The tanning is insane. Alright, and yeah, despite still being far behind in score. Oh my god, Proboka. No, he's gonna survive. Ah, this is a stupid dart again. Lina is just so strong. Yeah, it's gonna be 8 CGs because gonna win this game and win the series. When is the next game coming out?
Dire's middle tower
What is happening?
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
When does this game start? Like the last one ended at least half an hour ago.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Okay. So we got AC on the way as well for Lina. Amazing how much better Quinn is out of NA. Okay. I think Quinn is also a good player. Don't think that's in dispute. So at this point, might as well just go for some sort of Hail Mary play. Oh, that 4-star. Oh my god. That's excellent 4-staffing.
As they say,
Great job also the 4-staff here from Enchantress. And I don't think you can do anything in this fight. You're not touching the Lina. As long as she's untouched. She's gonna touch you. Or Sleeping Guy comes out, and that's gonna be almost a wipe. Only Dream Protector managed to slink away in the trees. But yeah, this game is over. Yeah, I'm gonna see next game. Come on. It was supposed to start 2.5 hours ago. Why is it taking so long? Okay, what other game do you want to watch? There's a bit of a stomp. Let's watch it anyway. These and Broodmother getting destroyed. Broodmother has been really successful this major. I think even more successful than Lina. At least in the group stage. It's actually also been like picked and banned more. There's like slightly higher win rate in the group stages. Yeah, both heroes obviously amazing. So here, see how they do against each other. I mean, we know how it's gonna end. But okay, so what are the? This is a first pick for EG, so they leave Lina and Broodmother in the pool. And they say Broodmother is gonna be better. But Lina undying.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, with how late this stuff is running, it's not even. It's only halfway done. He might be here all night. If it doesn't start soon, I don't know if I can make it. So Lina, Undying. I think that's. I mean, both of these opening pairings are very strong. I feel like Lina Undying is just such a strong lane.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Broodmother Rubik is also fine. I think I prefer this slightly.
5 seconds remaining.
And yeah, then Tiny also pairs up very well here. You can put him as 4 or as a mid laner. Both is great in combination with Lina. With the Lina line, you just want to have some people who can protect her. You can throw those disables, allowing her to dish out the damage. Let's speed this up a little bit. So Shadow Fiend. That's gonna be probably mid, could also be carry.
5 seconds remaining.
The Minded Summer can be kind of nice as well. We'll see what kind of build Shadow Fiend goes for. Whether it's going to be carry or mid. We got Pugna here. Not exactly sure why Pugna is a great pick here.
10 seconds remaining.
I guess you get some like spammable AoE damage. The EG heroes don't use that much mana, so the ward is not that amazing.
5 seconds remaining.
You thought I was a liar and I wasn't gonna stream. Well, even if I hadn't streamed, that doesn't necessarily mean that I was a liar.
5 seconds remaining.
You lie if you purposefully tell a falsehood. If I had intended to stream and then ended up not doing it, it wouldn't be a lie. Alright, so we've got Kunkka. And it's going to be a carry Shadow Fiend with Kunkka in the mid lane. And it's Toby offlane Silencer. Let's see how that goes. There's going to be Stormstormer, Pugna in the mid lane. And of course Watson on the Lina.
That perked me up a bit.
Está preocupante, la cancha, cabrón.
Come on. Do something. I'm gonna poke them with a stick. That stick is not quite long enough to reach to Lima. But Broodmother? Interesting, with the Ring of Protection, I guess. Physical damage coming out of Lina is a concern. Of course, later on you're going to use it
30 seconds to battle.
in Greaves.
It feels good to be this. It feels
Intent, consent, pretend,
ขอบคุณที่แจ้งให้ทราบ
pretend.
ไม่อยากจะทราบก็ตาม
I don't think pretend is a word.
高富帅啊，这就是高富帅啊。
Maybe it's some sort of kit to assemble a tent that you're not quite finished, so it's a pre-tent. After you've taken it down, it's a post-tent. Alright, so
Radiant's courier has been
like you want to get the stick here first. I didn't know when I was gonna start streaming until a couple of minutes before I did. Brood.
Only making it worse.
I actually want to watch this this silencer a bit. Silence often is kind of interesting. I don't think it's necessarily good. But I guess they're trying to make it work. So he's just going for the magic wand plus branches build. Got a bunch of mangoes now. Be able to spam out as a cane curse. He's saving a skill point. Still considering whether he wants to go glaives or last word. In the mid lane, I think Funka should be doing just fine there. Although actually quite a bit behind Stormstormer. Oh yeah, there's like an extra 5 last hits into the nice. Oh. Watch this. Oh, it's actually also down there, action going on. So let's first watch the top and then we go back and watch the bottom. Okay, Broodmother. I like Lina undying such a strong lane. I think like the problem is he didn't get the earlier stick. If he had some stick shadows there, he would be fine. And then down here. And goes for aggression here, but he is a bit too far there. And Shadowfiend can't really protect you there.
Time gave me all. You've just achieved first blood. Thanks.
Also going for the Shadow Race build, not the President of the Dark Lord build, which is something to see with carry Shadowfiends. Because it's not that good if you have a hero like Clockwork, who can't really right click very easily. But if you got like a nice ranged support, you can consider just going for President of the Dark Lord, a level 1 ability.
That should help.
Alright, this Broodmother still struggling a little bit. She's only 7-1 against the 15-11. Wow. Lina's got more denies than Broodmother has total CS. Wow, that is pretty brutal. I mean, yeah, Broodmother is the strongest of laners. We expect him to struggle, but you don't expect him to struggle quite as much.
Dire are scared.
And yeah, Smile. He's also behind quite a bit again compared to Pugna. He's been making good use of the Crapify. That's pretty impressive. Yep, no deny that. Very nice. The Crapify is such a strong and annoying ability in lane. And bottom you see Toby just going for mana boost first. I actually think that the thinking behind it is that Tiny also needs mana. So if you can get mana boosts really early, it can be quite strong in lane. Also already has Curry sitting there. Very nice. Just gonna be able to provide some mana for him and his body.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Doesn't bother dropping any items. I guess it doesn't make too much of a difference. It's only like 3 in there and like another 3 in with all these branches. Top lane, Broodmother still surviving. And for this more defense build, if you're having a good lane on Broodmother, you want to go 1-1-1. Allows it to be aggressive. But here he's can't really be aggressive. He's just trying to use this to just sustain himself. Get the extra reach from the spin web and the lifesteal from insatiable hunger. Ooh. Smile. Might be in trouble. Do they have a toss back? Oh, it doesn't quite work. Not in range. Smile though. Rom coming in. Ah, that's a kill. There might be another kill on Rubik. Yeah, it's only level 2. Rubik is super dead. Honestly, like backpack you raindrops at this point.
Dire's middle tower.
What? Okay, there we go. I guess with Storm Smash, he was a little bit overconfident there in that kill. Is it just me, or does my throat sound unusual peanut butter today? What does that even mean? How does a peanut buttered voice sound? Okay, Watson here felt the need to go for boots. He's also getting some clarities. At this stage, it's kind of nice as Lina just to fall back to the jungle. Broodmother though is only level 4, I think. At this stage, I think this situation actually stay in the lane and continue contesting a Broodmother. You don't want that to have an easy level 6. Alright, Arcane Ring is such a good item. Really? Tumbler's toy over Arcane Ring?
ถึงไม่อยากจะทราบก็ตาม
I'm a bit confused by that. Like, you get so much mana with this. Obviously, the total mana pool is going to be less. But he's also sending this away? I think Arcane Ring is such a good item, Melina. It gives you extra damage because it's int. You get a bunch of extra the region. I'm confused.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Maybe this is a
attack.
fine item too.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Maybe they made the executive decision that it's more important to have the items on the heroes that are actually like actively fighting. Hello there, Alexi.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yes, this is a replay. It's currently... Oh, the game is actually live. Let's jump in the game then. It took like a very long break. Or is the game live? Maybe it's not. Yeah, maybe not, not quite. Let's get back to this replay a little bit before the
Evil geniuses turn to pick.
Yon Gunbro moment. What are you talking about? Okay, he's got the possessed mask. This is, I think, roughly where we left off. Maybe you skipped a little bit, but it's fine. He's got the possessed mask now, very strong item. We talked about it earlier in the other game. Because you attack so fast, you get lots of extra HP. Stormstormer, something 4-star. Interesting to see 4-star of the ether lens on mid Pugner. Are they right nibbling at him? Whisper in this game is going for pipe burst. But did he? Oh, of course, he went to the soul ring, the armor item thingy. We're talking to Benami about Dota. Okay. Cool story, bro. And stuff. And things. Okay. Very interesting. Oh, Rubik, you are dead. Right, the spider's doing a lot of damage. And it's not quite enough to kill the spiders, and he just lets them die though. Thing is, of course, spiders don't give that much golden experience these days. I don't think you can really contest the Pugner here. But maybe with the clockwork coming in. Asked Jongun what I was talking about. What? I don't get it. Okay. What relevance does this conversation with Ben have? Very strange. Okay, Panda
A dominating performance.
gets killed, and yeah, I mean, this game is honestly rather one-sided. Well, they actually, like, the network is actually very close. So it's not nearly as one-sided as it seems from looking at the score. And Akash is going for Manta now. So no Mask of Madness, if you sometimes see Shadow Fiends do. I guess he's also gone for the Shadow Race build, so it makes sense. You wouldn't want to go for Mask of Madness. Just like a carry Shadow Fiend, when they go for the build without Shadow Race, they oftentimes go for Mask of Madness. Changing a diaper, alright. If you say so. Yeah, so Manta makes a lot of sense here. You can dispel the crap. Very important. You can dispel silence. I really like the item build actually. Although, Bracer? Really? Why Bracer instead of Wraith Band? Seems overly defensive. Bracer just is not that good of an item. Like, it's decent in laning stage, but later on it just kind of sucks. Like, health regen is just not that good of a stat. Post laning stage. And just not that much health regen either. Manta style is complete now. What does Gabe actually have to say about this game? Yeah, it's 67% in favor of Entity. I guess Lina's pretty good. Let's see what's happening here. We'll watch this replay for another 2 or 3 minutes. Let me jump into the draft for the other one. Okay, Silence is down there. Hiding in the corner. Okay, Roach is up. EG no. Trying to contest. Toolson is in there. Toolson is actually really good against the spiders. Oh, that's a great kill right there. Oh, Prakash though. Oh, they're dodging it perfectly. Very nice. That was really well done. And now he's gonna be dead. Alright.
This is Gabe Newell. Thanks for playing Dota 2. Double kill.
Yeah, I mean, of course we know from here that Entity win in a pretty dominant fashion, and this stage is very hard to come back. Like this Lina, she's so strong. She's got good control. She's got PKB. How do you stop her? And like, look at her farm. She's so farmed. This Prakash Shadow Fiend, he's just so far behind. He needs BKB, and he's far away from it. So yeah, that game is pretty much on lockdown. So we'll see if the live game is actually live. Come on. There we go. Still very early days though. So Rebellion against Spirit. Rebellion is basically the former EG with like one member switched out. And Team Spirit, of course, also switched out one member. From Tokyo being switched out there. But they're, of course, still the TI winners from, what's it called? TI 10? Was it TI 10? Yeah, it was TI 10. And Disgraced and Fallen EG. I mean,
10 seconds remaining.
they're doing pretty well in this tournament.
5 seconds remaining.
So we've got Death Prophet and Tusk with the favorites Lina and Broodmother already being banned out.
Spirits, turn to battle.
Okay, Undying gets in there. I like it. I think Undying is so strong right now. And I think people are maybe overvaluing Rubik a bit. If you look at his win rates, he's not doing that well. I feel like it's just like so much of a comfort pick for POS 4 players, because it feels like every pro player, every pro POS 4 player knows how to play Rubik. And I feel like so much of like your self-worth as a Rubik, as a POS 4 player, comes down to how well you can play Rubik. So I think it's when everything's online, people really like playing Rubik, because it always feels like you have a lot of control over the game. But I think because of that, people maybe overpick him a bit. Similar thing for Morphlings, also tends to be not that successful. Although in this tournament, actually, Morphling is doing quite well win rate wise. Okay, so we've got Pango banned out, very quick Beastmaster ban, and yeah, so we've got 2 supports already for Team Spirit. So
10 seconds remaining.
maybe they want to ban them with some more supports, because Shopify has got an offlane and Death Prophet most likely, and Tusk gonna be like POS 4 or mid most likely. Could also be 5 technically. Okay, so we've got Naga banned out, a pretty popular carry these days. Morphling, same thing for him.
10 seconds remaining.
What else do you ban out here of your Spirit?
5 seconds remaining.
We're just banning us. I mean, people typically don't ban support that much.
Radiant team back.
Okay, Zeus, also a hero that's been very successful in this tournament. Primarily played as mid laner, but could also be shifted onto support. What do you do as Shopify? You definitely want to ban cores, but which cores are you afraid of? If you give a Death Prophet, you're kind of afraid of being bursted. So sort of more bursty carries might be banned out, or like bursty mid laners or off laners. What do you ban here? Henry agrees. Good to know. Your agreement is very important to me. What? I mean, this is still pretty wide open, these draft for Team Spirit, so it's because they haven't picked any cores.
Radiant team
His Centaur gets banned out. Interesting. Phoenix. I don't quite understand why you ban Centaur here and then pick Phoenix. I don't know.
10 seconds
I guess
remaining.
Centaur doesn't really care that much about
5 seconds
the
remaining.
Fire Spirits or something, but yeah, I don't know. Like if you want to pick Phoenix here, you'd rather ban out some of the heroes that are good at countering Phoenix. Like something like an Ursa might be a bit problematic for Shopify, because he can potentially burst down Death Prophet and kill the egg really quickly. Or even something like Juggernaut, although he's not really been picked this major.
Team spirits turn to Drow Ranger.
Oh, there's Drow Ranger, a good egg hitter. And Batrider, a bursty type of hero, can take down Death Prophet, drag out of position, and every team finisher off. I really like this Team Spirit draft so far.
5 seconds remaining.
And just like when you have Drow Ninja Undying, similar to like Undying Lina, just a very strong lane. And it's great if you have Undying in combination with one of these high DPS ranged heroes. So what do we see for Shopify there? That draft is still pretty open. Like Phoenix is gonna be 4 or 5. Past could be a bunch of different positions. Death probably could also be like mid lane, if you want to. Although she's more commonly played as offlane, of course, these days, because of the strength of her Spirit Siphon, which is stronger if you're in the side lane where you have more space to chase. They're using a lot of time on this 4th pick here.
Team spirits turn to
And it's going to be a Puck. So that's probably going to be the mid laner. So that kind of locks all the heroes in their most likely positions. We're going to have Death Prophet 3, Puck as a mid laner, Tusk as 4 and Phoenix 5.
10 seconds remaining.
Or possibly vice versa. And then you're going to need a carry here. So
5 seconds remaining.
Spirit can now ban 2 carries. They already have their own carry. So it makes it rather easy to ban here. Played Magnus and it was an absolute stomp. Were you the stomper or the stompy?
Team spirits turn to ban.
Okay, so Spirit. So Shopify apparently think that Spirit need a mid laner, so they think that better is gonna be offlane.
10 seconds remaining.
One with 51 to 8. That is pretty
5
stompy.
seconds remaining.
It's always better to be the stomper than the stompy. And it goes against this sort of Christian maxim that it's better to be sinned against than sinning, but that sort of stuff never made much sense to me. Okay, so using a lot of time here, and so basically they think about what carry do we want to ban here. Okay, Ursa is also banned out. Interesting. What do Rebellion? Oh,
10 seconds remaining.
kind of interesting that they ban the Ember Spirit. I don't quite
5
understand that.
seconds remaining.
So they must think that Batrider would go offlane. I mean, you can of course play Batrider offlane, but I think mid lane Batrider generally is better.
Team spirits turn to
Okay. That's another more mid laner kind of hero. Well, of course, he can also be played as 4. So what does Spirit want now? They want a solid mid laner
10 seconds remaining.
or off laner.
5 seconds remaining.
I guess you can just pick some sort of, and then like maybe a Tide.
Radiant
I think would be perfectly fine here. Okay, they go for Lycan. Okay, that's a bit more spicy. It's a bit more spicy. Do I like it though? Do I like the Lycan? I don't see this as a great Lycan game, to be honest.
10 seconds
Like,
remaining.
Phoenix is kind of hard to kill as Lycan because he's got the mobility, he's got the egg, which is very hard to hit for Lycan. Death Prophet, it's also kind of hard to kill. She's like a ranged hero, she doesn't have much mobility, but if you focus her, she can just like Spirit Siphon like your hero and multiple units, and then she's unkillable. The task shards are annoying to play around. Puck is so mobile.
Now select your heroes.
Sven, that's not a hero you see very often, but I guess it makes sense against Lycan. Do I support amateur science? Sure. You don't have to have a PhD to do science. And in fact, like many of the greatest scientific discoveries were done by amateur scientists. You know, people like Darwin, for example, was just an amateur scientist, or for that matter, Einstein, when his greatest discoveries were made while he was working, while he was just like working full time at the patent office and just doing some science in his spare time. So it's like a long tradition of amateur scientists doing great work. Okay, so it's gonna be the mid Batrider and offlane Lycan, of course, and we're gonna see the Arteezy Sven. I mean, Sven of course matches up well against Lycan, and honestly, this is such a bad Lycan game. Like, I don't really know why they picked Lycan there. I feel like the game would have been much easier if we just picked something solid like a Tide. Even like a Mars or something like that. Although I'm not the biggest fan of Mars. But we'll see what this Lycan can do. But yeah, up until these last picks, I liked Spirit's lineup a lot better, but I don't like the Lycan, so I think Rebellion has the better odds here, because it's like ooh, interesting. It's gonna hide the fact he has boots. Kind of interesting, like boots first on a mid laner. Whoa. Okay, I don't think you should listen to the voices in your head. Those are kind of sus. Wait, where are the boots now? Where'd the career go? That's back in base here. Where did he put the boots? Did he hide them somewhere? Interesting. I think it's like, you're having a bad game as Lycan, it can be really hard to win. Like, see, Lycan is one of these like more polarizing heroes where typically you either have like a really good game or a really bad game.
That was a big bold failure.
Alright, Sven is going for the Wraith Band. Right. Oh, he sold the boots? Oh, interesting. Oh, he just got the boots to be faster for warding. That's actually really cool. I don't think I've ever seen that, but it's actually really cool and smart. Like, I guess you're not gonna have items for the rune fight, that's the downside. But if you just plan to block anyway. That's kind of fun. No, I didn't know this trick. You've shown it to me already? Yeah, it must be an old trick. It makes a lot of sense. But I don't think if I've actually seen this done. mean, it can't be that over trick because it's not it's like a somewhat recent change that you're able to sell items for much longer. Because in the past you wouldn't have this extra grace period for selling at the start. Oh, Abed, he's gonna be fine. Yeah, Park of course is pretty solid lane against Bad Rider, as you can always get away. It feels like in terms of like individual hero strength, Team Spirit's lineup should be much better, but I feel like Rebellion's heroes just line up much better against what Spirit have. Well, that was a nice stun. Get the last hit? Nope. Look at some Lats in nice. Mid lane is very even, with Lal having a slight advantage there. And here in top lane, where's... Oh, wait, what? Saber has got nothing? He's got 4 last hits? What is happening? I mean, I understand it's tough going up against Undying, but still. That is so bad. I don't feel like Death Prophet plus Tusk is such a bad lane. But yeah, he's gonna really struggle there. What is for educational purposes? Oh, he tried to be cheeky there, but Mira got him. Okay, Undying still's got a bunch of mangoes. And Sableye is going for the mana boots, quite standard. I do have live chat on.
That should help.
Posture is okay, and no alcoholic beverage at the moment. Ooh, Lycan. One wolf dies. Yeah, this lane at bottom I think is, you know, fairly even, with that 1 kill of course being a kind of big deal. And it was split between Mira and Collapse. And Collapse now? Already pretty close down with Dominator. He's having a pretty good start so far. And Sven going for the base boots. Because movement speed is very important on Sven. The attack speed, the armor can also be really useful. You do get some armor from Warcry, but armor is still quite important on Sven. And oftentimes you also go Mask of Madness, and then basically just makes a lot of sense. YouTube is censoring you. Alright. Interesting. Puck going for treads and then going back for bottle. Huh. Kind of weird. Guess she's like really worried about the bad matchup, but honestly, like, you're a Puck, you can always just survive if he goes on you. And Lau gets, what does he get? Arcane Rune. My opinion on Fly. I think he's a good player, he's a good captain.
You fought
Ну тут
well.
вроде ливать пора тебе, братан.
That earlier play notwithstanding. Okay, Sven with the very high armor build there. Of course, Lycan is just physical damage, so it's great to have extra armor. Yeah. So how is this Death Prophet doing now? She's got 26 last hits against the Brow Rangers 33. Okay, so she's caught up pretty nicely. But now she might just be dead. Trying to juke. And she makes it. Nicely done. Of course, as Death Prophet, you can always regain HP with Spirit Siphon. Oh, not EG. Not EG. Flies a traitor and is the icon of a disgraced and fallen team. Okay. But I mean, you have to take into account that that like Fly wants to win TI, and this EG squad as it was before, what is it, TI tier 8, tier 9, whatever, the one that OG won. OG was not really working as a team, and like you need to make some sort of change then. You can try to just stick it out, but I don't blame him. Like the way it happened is maybe a little bit scummy, giving people so little time, but I can perfectly understand why Fly would want to join EG, which is a team that hadn't really won tournaments but had been doing pretty well, a lot of like top 3 finishes, so I can totally understand that. And yeah, of course, in retrospect, he kind of looks silly because OG went on to win TI, but like no one expected that. No one expected that at all. And I mean, they just had to sort of throw together this new lineup with this like young, untested mid player who had like whose like previous lifetime earnings were like $1,000. I'm not saying that they're a failure. I'm saying it's understandable why Fly did what he did. They won majors, but like Dota ended up with majors. No, at that point in OG's career, they were not winning majors. Like they were doing really poorly. Like obviously, previous iterations of OG had been doing really well at majors, but then fell apart at TI. But that OG iteration, as it was then at that point, was not doing well at all. Not doing well in non-TI tournaments either. All right.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I didn't say that the American Revolution was a technical failure.
Middle tower has fallen.
I said that it's not clear whether that led to a good outcome. And it is not clear at all. And also what I also said is that going into it, it was unlikely to lead to a good outcome.
Radiant are scanning.
The Americans got rather lucky. Alright, so we're gonna see a Mask of Madness here on our Sven. Yeah, as I said in that video, that from an ex-ante perspective, the revolution was a bad idea, and from an ex-post perspective, it's not quite clear. So,
Dire are scanning.
yes, lucky. If you rebel against arguably the best government in the world and try to establish a new government, the chance that the new government is going to be better than the old is rather low. Okay, big fight coming on here. Bat Rider plus Tombstone is pretty strong. Yeah, tier 9 OG obviously was really dominant. Like they destroyed everyone. But like at tier 8, they were basically the underdog in like every match they played in the main stage. And they just kept winning. Alright, Saberlights already got mech. What? Not low? Well, I mean, first of all, you have to actually win the war, which, I mean, it's of course possible. And, you know, they won the war in the end, but that going in would be more like, I would give them maybe like 30% chance of winning. And then you don't just have to, like, for a revolution to be successful in my eyes, it's not enough to actually overthrow the old government. You have to institute something that's actually better, and enough better to justify the cost of the revolution. So from that perspective, it's not clear whether it's actually been worth it.
Killing spree.
Are you coming with these numbers? Just pulling them out of my ass. But what do you think the chances of the Americans winning from the outside were? How long before Florida becomes its own country? They have more population than Canada. Really? Florida has more population than Canada?
Oops.
Aren't you talking about California? I don't think Florida is that big in population. I mean, they're growing because a lot of people are moving there.
Radiant are scanning.
But yeah, in terms of population, the biggest state is California, and they are indeed
Dire's bottom
I think like slightly bigger than Canada in terms of population. Okay, we see the Roshan being done here by Spirit. And I see Lycan going with the drum, which I think is really good. I prefer that over going straight for AC.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, Spirits are kind of making this line work, but
Radiant's top tower is
my money will still be on Rebellion here. Yeah, I mean, the thing about California is that it's like a very heavily blue state that is, you know, liberal in the American sense. And as long as you know, the government is also controlled by the Democrats, I don't think they would want to leave. I mean, there were like some talks about some people in California wanting to be their own country when Trump was president. So if, I don't know, let's say like Trump comes back as a president, or I don't know, Ron DeSantis becomes president or something like that, then maybe that might possibly happen, but even then it's unlikely. But I think in the long run, I think there's a very large chance that, you know, let's say like this century, that one or several states break away from the US. Just because there are so many cultural divisions within America that it would be hard to keep the country together. Liberal in the American sense? No, I mean left wing. Liberal in the American sense, it means like moderate left wing, or in some cases, many people in California not so moderate left wing. In the proper continental European sense, liberal means in favor of liberty, of, you know, free markets and such. I'm a liberal in that sense.
Are fortified.
But yeah, the Californians are basically woke. At least in the big cities. If you go to like Northern California and like rural areas, that's a very different story.
Attack.
A lot more conservative there. All right. So Drow,
Radiant's top tower.
going for Hurricane Pike first.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
American politics is very skewed to the right compared to EU politics. I think people overestimate that.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Like, I mean, if you like, let's take for example a look at abortion law. Generally, the left is in favor of more generous abortion law, whereas the right is in favor of strict abortion law. But you know, there in that sense, America is much more left wing compared to Europe.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's also like a lot of like business regulation in America that you don't have as much in Europe. A lot of these what is it called? A lot of these things where you like need special licenses to be like a barber or something like that. That's not a thing in Europe, in most European countries anyway. Even though European countries tend to have higher taxes, in many cases they're
Is under attack.
the like labor market and the economy is actually less regulated. Of course, it depends a lot from country to country. You're generalizing this massive continent? Which continent?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The United States is not a continent. Is a state bigger than Canada? In terms of population, it's about the same. But in terms of size, obviously, Canada is bigger than the US. Alright, so push still coming in.
Radiant's
And
top
somehow,
fortified.
Team Spirit just have a pretty solid lead here. But what is Arteezy doing? He's working this Blink Dagger now.
Tower is under attack.
The Mask of Madness, BKB, and Echo Saber, so a lot of attack speed. They're wrapping around here. They want to find some sort of good fight, and Snowball comes in, but BKB is out for Lal, and
A dominating
yep,
performance.
that's a. I mean, I don't really know why he rolled in there. That's a pretty low percentage play. I guess they didn't know that there's so many people behind. Do I dislike gangsterhood Afro-American culture? I suppose. Oh, I bet. Oh,
Dire's top
Nice stomp there, but he's still gonna make it out as... Oh, maybe not. Okay. Gets caught here by Sheriff Lal. Oh, TP's out. Not taking the bounty rune. Right, Blink Dagger now. Gonna be up for Bat Rider. Another Smoky coming out of Rebellion. Art coming out as well. Pretty useful shot. Kind of avoiding each other. It's really important to get this Blink Dagger on Arteezy. It's gonna be hard to fight into this draw without that. Yeah, Bat Rider is just doing really well. And the only one who's really doing well on Rebellion is Sven. Yeah, Crit is desperately farming his dagger. He's gonna have it now. So that's something. Well, Ben earlier said, I prefer people to have the choice. I don't want to force my views onto other people with abortion. But either way, you are forcing your view on other people. Like, no one is in favor of compulsory abortions. Right? But the question is, like, is it, you know, permissible to kill an unborn child? That's like the moral question, and it's kind of a dodge to say, oh, it's just a matter of choice, right? We don't allow people the matter of choice of killing people who've been born. So I think you can't just hide behind some sort of like liberal values there. Hi there, AJ. Talking about Dota and politics and culture stuff could be your niche, since most streamers would find it taboo. I suppose, yeah. I mean, I kind of understand why people want to keep politics out, because it oftentimes leads to like a lot more heat than light. But I find that stuff interesting. Pro-choice is the only way to not force your views on people, except on fetuses. Are those not people as well? But even do what Destiny does and just do chill gameplay in the background and politics and stuff mainly. I guess. Ooh, Bat Rider. That's fine. It's fine. As far as like my own views on abortion, I'm kind of sort of moderately pro-choice. That I think at least in like early term, abortion should generally be available, although it's still like morally iffy in most circumstances. Okay, Lycan trying to go in there, but kind of hard to find a proper angle. Sven now using his God Strength. That's gonna be some dead Wolfies. Oh, that's so much damage kind of Drow Engine, but now Arteezy is on top of her. Forced up top, and okay, now that one dies. Okay. It's a bit hard to do with Dota, but you definitely do it on Variety Sundays. Yeah, if someone who is pro-life gets their view, then they're happy, but the people that want abortions can't have them. Yeah, but like you could make the same argument with murder of like regular people who've been born. Yeah, I'm not forcing you to murder anyone, but you know, if you but you know, it would be rather it would be rather rude, you know, to force people who just enjoy murdering not to murder people. Everyone gets what they personally want. Well, no, if what you personally want is unborn babies not to be killed, then you don't get what you want. Or if you're an unborn baby, you don't get to live, and then therefore you don't actually get to want anything.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
It feels like I force myself to do Dota when I really want to do other games. No, I really want to do Dota. I really like Dota.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I mean, basically, like my okay, let's actually watch the Cyclone push.
Radiant's have
Then we can start talking about abortion again. Yeah, I mean, somehow like Collapse is just making this Lycan work. Like he's top of the net worth. It's actually amazing.
Radiant's bottom
Feels like it would not be a good Lycan game, but apparently he knows more than I do. But yeah, so basically I have like two. I think there's like two thought experiments that that counter both the sort of extreme pro-life and extreme pro-choice position. So let's say you own a boat, right? You invite someone to come on your boat. You go with them out on the ocean, and then at some point you decide, oh, I actually don't want this person on my boat anymore, and so you just say to them, you have to leave now. We're in the middle of the ocean and you're gonna drown, but you know, it's not my problem. It's my boat. Get off. Obviously that wouldn't fly, right? And even if and like if instead you wanna look at like edge cases like an unwanted pregnancy or even rape, like if someone gets abducted and put on your boat and you discover that in the middle of the ocean, you still don't just get to throw them overboard. You have to put them to port somewhere. So that's like my argument against the extreme pro-choice position, and my argument against the extreme pro-life position is consider you're in a scenario where you're in a fertility clinic, and the clinic is on fire, right? And you're in a room where there's a small child and also a cylinder with a bunch of frozen fertilized eggs. Let's say 1,000 of them, right? You can only save one. You can either save the 1,000 fertilized eggs or the one child. Which one do you choose? And I think most people intuitively say, okay, obviously I choose the child. So in that sense, somehow like a living child is worth more than 1,000 fertilized eggs. So this sort of idea that, okay, life begins at conception, and a fertilized egg has the same moral value as an actual human being, I don't think that that makes a lot of sense. Bible says life begins at birth, so anyone on the Christian side making the argument they don't like abortion because life begins at conception are going away from the teachings. Breathe into his nostrils the breath of life, and it was then that the man became a living being. But that's like in Genesis, like there's a special case of Adam. He's not someone who's born. He's like created as already a man. That's very different. So yeah, okay, Benemy, of course you would save the child, but I think most pro-life people would also save the child. I think when it comes down to it, if there's a choice between saving 1,000 fertilized eggs versus one child, pretty much everyone is going to go for the child. And I think even the most hardcore pro-choice person wouldn't think that you have the right to just throw someone overboard who's on your boat in the middle of the ocean. The Bible does have some weird part about C-section people not being alive technically. Okay. Is that like a New Testament or Old Testament? I don't know if they actually had C-sections in the Old Testament. I would say by the time that we get to the New Testament, we do C-sections do exist. But back in the day, C-section were always fatal to the mother. It's basically like a measure of last resort when, you know, the mother is already dead or there's no hope of her surviving, to try to at least get the child out alive. I think it was only in like 18th or 19th century when they did the first C-section where the mother actually survived. Adam was bootloaded by God. Kind of, yeah. At least according to the story. Yeah, kind of surprised that Team Spirit were able to win in such a dominant fashion. It's pretty even much of the game, but then it just kind of snowballed. Very interesting how good of a game Collapse had. This stream is confusing? How is that confusing? What's confusing you? What was that thing about 1,000 eggs on a boat? There were two different thought experiments. So the first one is, consider you have a boat, you invite someone on your boat, and then when you're in the middle of the ocean, you tell them, get off the boat. And yeah, you're gonna drown, but that's not my problem. You're on my boat, I have the right to kick you out, because it's my boat. Obviously that would be reprehensible, yeah. You would have to at least put them to port somewhere, rather than just throw them overboard. That's my argument against the extreme pro-choice position, right? This unborn embryo or fetus is an innocent person who hasn't done anything wrong, and you don't really have a right to just kill them willy-nilly just because you decided that you'd rather not have them on your boat or in your womb anymore. And you would have to like, okay, once the child is born, you can give it up for adoption or something. That would be like the equivalent of setting you off at the nearest port. But you don't just have the right to kill someone just because not killing them would be inconvenient. And then the thing about the 1,000 eggs, like consider you're in a burning building, it's a fertility clinic, there's like a cylinder with 1,000 fertilized eggs, and there's also a small child. You can only save one of the two and leave the other two to die. So which one do you rescue? And I think pretty much everyone would go for the child. But if life begins at conception and there's no difference in the value of a fertilized egg and a baby, then I mean that's then you would have to go for the 1,000 embryos. But is it a person? What's a person? It is basically the crux of the argument. Yeah, and like that is why I am like moderately pro-choice. I think abortion is should at least be legal in like early pregnancy, because if in like very early stages, it is not in any sense like a person. A fertilized egg, I think, has pretty much no moral value, whereas a child that's 1 day away from birth has pretty much the same moral value as a newborn child. And so it's like on a continuum. There's no like one discrete point where a embryo or fetus becomes a person. It's a spectrum. That's why I think that it becomes like progressively more bad to abort a child as the longer it is in the womb. The argument would be that the child would suffer, the eggs would not. Okay, suppose the child has passed out from like the gases and is unconscious and wouldn't suffer, therefore. You would still save the child, right? And I think pro-life people would still save the child. So what, the contract between two people to create a human? What contract? There's no contract. So Henry, in that situation, would you rather save the fertilized embryos rather than the child? Where can I go to look at game 1? Okay, I'm gonna go to the loo real quick, and when I come back, hopefully we'll have a draft. So I'll be right back. Okay, so still no draft. Okay, Henry, you're just dodging the question. obviously saving both is best, but what if you can only do one? That's the point of the thought experiment. Contract on agreement to create human life happens when you perform coitus. Jesus ordains this contract when you are married. Okay. If not married, the Bible says you can abort it? Really? Of course you're dodging. I'll have that alcoholic beverage now. Also haram, by the way. Did you read the entire Bible? I'm not even a Christian. And like, I think even most Christians haven't read the entire Bible. Probably read parts. SFI. Come on, go into the game. All the Old Testament, part of the New Testament, all of the Book of Mormon. Well, that's pretty impressive. Yes, Doctrine and Covenants. Also, you need to perform exegesis in the Bible and not just read it. Yeah, it's also like an important thing to notice that, like when you're reading the Bible in English, you're reading a translation, and perhaps even a translation of a translation. And so the translator always has to make certain choices how certain things are translated, because oftentimes words can have different meanings in different contexts. So when you're reading the Bible in a translated version, you're already reading an interpretation of the Bible. And like even like the texts of the Bible we have now are not necessarily exactly the same as when they were first written down, because there's like this process of like copying manuscripts and copying them over and over again, and presumably some changes get introduced there, at least like in the early if we talk about the New Testament in the early decades there. There's Logos, which really helps. Check it out. A program that can easily compare different translations. Ah, that's actually cool. But also, like, just to take this word Logos, which is Greek and it's used in the Bible, but it can have so many different meanings. It can mean word. It can mean reason. In Christian. In Christian theology, oftentimes Jesus is equated with this concept of logos. So even this one word can have completely different meanings. God helped Joseph Smith write the Book of Mormon. There's no translation errors there. Okay, that's like just like an angel dictated the text of the Quran to an illiterate merchant in Arabia sometime in the 7th century. But you know, what the Muslims is going for them is that this happened so long ago that it's sort of shrouded in the mists of time, whereas the whole Joseph Smith story is recent enough that we have some pretty convincing evidence that he made it up. If man lies with another man can be interpreted from the original text as man lies with boys, so it could be about pedophilia, not homosexuality. I suppose. But if man lies with another man? Lies with boy? I don't know. Another one that said God created the world in 7 days as originally written can also be translated as God created the world in 7 ages. Okay. Yeah, I don't know any ancient Hebrew. I know a little tiny bit of Greek, but not nearly enough to read in any of the original stuff. And this is a book that's very interesting to research. Been talking about it for 4 years now and always finding new nuances on it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Henry, he is a bit of a troll. So are you a devout Christian, AJ, or why the intense interest in Genesis, or maybe Jewish, or why are you so interested in Genesis that you've been studying for 4 years? Or are you some sort of theologian or Bible scholar? I'm not jailbait. I'm 19. Okay. Well, you said fellow pedos. Implying that you're one. Yeah, Christian was converted maybe 5 years ago. Okay, interesting. Yeah, myself, I've never been religious. So grew up in a Christian society, but never really been religious. Although I'm interested in religion, I think it's quite fascinating. The fate is sealed now. Okay. Intense interest in Genesis might be because he loves Phil Collins. What does Phil Collins have to do with Genesis? I enjoy theological and political apologetics and accidentally became Christian. Okay. Never religious at all, not even a doubt in your mind that God maybe existed. I mean, it's not like I'm 100% sure that there is no God or anything like that, but I was never a believer. So I have this memory from my childhood when I was, I don't know, maybe 5 years old or something. When it was when I was a really young child, my parents weren't really religious. My mother grew up in a very strict sort of Catholic household, and then when she became an adult, she sort of rebelled against that and wanted to have nothing to do with the church. And my dad is sort of technically Lutheran, but doesn't really care very much about religion. And so I wasn't really brought up religious as a young child. But then I remember when I was maybe 5 or 6 years old, my mother sort of told me about this idea of God, that there's this as this being out there, and you can pray to him, and if you pray to him and ask him for something, then he will give you what you ask for, hopefully. And so I thought that was interesting. And then a little bit later, when I was playing Monopoly with my mom, I decided to, instead of we interrupted our game, and then later resumed it. And in the meantime, I took a bunch of money and just sort of added it to my balance. And when my mom discovered that, I told her, "Oh, I just prayed to God and asked him for extra Monopoly money, and he must have given it to me." And obviously my mom didn't believe me. Obviously she knew I had cheated, but I found the fact that she knew that I cheated rather suspicious, because if God is supposed to grant you what you pray for, why wouldn't you believe me? Very suspicious. And that's sort of my suspicion of this whole God business started, and I never really end up being a believer.
5 seconds remaining.
Phil Collins was famous because he was in a band called Genesis. Okay, the joke. Okay, yeah, I don't really know very much about contemporary music. I know that Phil Collins is some sort of musician, but I don't know. Some hidden Yongun lore, exactly. Or at least that's how I remember the story. Maybe remembering it over and over again over years has shifted what actually happened. That's human memory is quite fallible. Where's my mom now? She's dead. Perhaps not judge the concept of God on a childish interpretation. Yeah, obviously that's not like a rigorous argument against the existence of God. But at least as far as I remember, that's sort of how my skepticism of the whole business started.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team spirits turn.
Yeah, no Mom Gunnarsson anymore. Okay, let's talk about this draft a bit. So we've got Lina and Rubik for Team Spirit, and Train Protector and Nature's Prophet for Shopify.
10 seconds remaining.
Where's Timberson in this meta? I think he's
5 seconds
like
remaining.
going into this meta. I would have said he was not particularly strong, but in the group sessions he did quite well. I think in particular he works quite well in combination with Ricky, the Ricky Dart. How old was I during that Monopoly game? Something like 5 or 6 years old. I'm not exactly sure. Do I think that D&D is an abomination to God?
10 seconds remaining.
No, but I guess that's a question for AJ.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, like Timos is just like a really sort of sturdy, solid offlaner. But I think at the main stage he's been picked a lot less. Maybe people just have figured him out. But he just like works really well with the with Rubik, when you can just like dart people from anywhere, and then you can just go in with your ultimate with Timbersaw, and then people get like slowed by a lot. Yeah, I mean, like back in the day, in like the 80s and 90s, there were like a bunch of Christians in the US who thought that D&D is sort of satanic. Just like there were some people who thought that the Harry Potter books were satanic. It's like witchcraft and but yeah, I don't know. This seems like a specific kind of like low IQ American manifestation of Christianity. Okay, so Shopify's draft is fairly flexible. So Trina is going to be 5, but Tiny can be 4 or mid. Yes, Prophet can be 3 or 1. There's quite a bit of flex there. We've got Ricky and Snapfire. So I don't really like Lina to get with Ricky that much, because typically Ricky is going to be the 5 and Lina Ricky is just not a very strong lane. Like Lina wants someone who can protect her and Ricky just isn't it.
5 seconds remaining.
That's only the Seventh-day Adventist. I'm the Seventh-day Adventist. Those people who were like founded by this guy who sort of predicted the end of the world based on some sort of interpretation of the Bible, and he got a lot of people to come out to a field somewhere in the US to await the end of the world. And then when it failed to realize, the next day sort of told people, oh, my bad, I guess I got the calculation wrong and it's actually going to end in a year or something. And then again, people gathered there and the end didn't come, but you know, people just still thought that maybe the calculations are strong a bit and it's gonna come soon, and it became a like major denomination of American Protestantism. I think the end of the world is coming. Yeah. What about the Salem witch trials? I couldn't play computer games Magic at the Seventh-day Adventist daycare. Okay, that's kind of funny. Yeah, but like, lest you think that it's just religious people being ridiculous, you can see a lot of that in like secular circles as well. Like take someone like Paul Ehrlich, who's like a scientist who in the, what was it, 70s I think, or like late 60s, predicted that overpopulation would lead to mass famine very, very soon. He wrote this book called The Population Bomb, which was like a major bestseller. We predicted that there's going to be like massive famines with millions of people dying. And when the exact opposite happened, and famines became rarer and rarer, and more people were well fed, while the population kept increasing massively, he just said, oh, I guess I got the timing a bit wrong. And like to this day, he's still a very well-respected academic, and lots of people still care what he thinks, even though he was completely and utterly wrong. But you know, some people are just like attached to the sort of belief that the end is nigh, and overpopulation is a huge problem. And then even when the facts clearly disprove their beliefs, they just stick to their beliefs even harder.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
Yeah, confirmation bias is a hell of a drug. Whenever belief becomes majority, it doesn't get challenged as much and then becomes more lazy over time. That's true, definitely that's true. What does utterly mean? It means completely. To utter means to speak, but yeah, utterly, utter as a like an adjective means something like complete. The bet that took place, yeah, the bet with Julian Simon, where Julian Simon basically held the opposite view that human ingenuity is the ultimate resource, and so they made a bet where Paul Ehrlich would pick a bunch of commodities, and the bet was whether those commodities would go up or down in average price, adjusted for inflation over I think 10 years. And so
10 seconds remaining.
Ehrlich picked a bunch of resources, and the idea is that if overpopulation is a huge problem, then resources are going to run out, so resources are going to be more scarce and therefore more expensive. And Julian Simon won the bet like very, very clearly, and those resources went down in price. Yeah, but there were like other times in history when that bet would have gone the other way around, so I wouldn't like overstate that case. Because like resources go down and up in price, and it's hard to predict. But yeah, this idea of like overpopulation being a huge problem, I think, is vastly overstated. Would it be possible to argue that this belief would be true if globalization hadn't come to the fore? I don't know. Yeah, but the point is, like, humans are pretty good at adapting to things. You know, you can't just model humans as like a bacterium in a petri dish. Right? Humans are pretty smart. They try to solve their problems. They come up with all sorts of different solutions, and you know, the more people you have, the more ideas you get, the more different tries you have to solve a problem. Free people tend to produce more than they consume. The exception only comes when a government creates an economy where people are wealthy from political means instead of efficient means. Yeah, I would agree with that statement. Okay, let's talk about the drafts here. So we got Arteezy Shadow Friend and Sable at Nature's Prophet. We've got like a very disturbing cosmetic on Snapfire. There's something like really off about that. It's sort of in the uncanny valley. Like a big part of why this overpopulation thing, like famine actually went down, was because of what's called the Green Revolution, where you had like a bunch of like GMOs that increased the yield in especially the developing world. And it just like became possible just to produce a lot more with a lot less acreage. What is... Okay, so I guess he's just gonna chill here and wait for nature's call.
No, that's no good. It's hard.
Yeah, I'm gonna check this out. There's awards, but of course there's vision from the hero there as well. Okay, let's think about these drafts. So we got Abed on Zeus, also kind of hiding his items. You also got this sort of boots first thing, which apparently is like a very standard thing, but honestly, I'd never really considered that. Views on GMO, generally in favor. What is, was like some concerns, but it's hard to like know long-term effects. But like generally, like GMOs are basically just like a modern-day version of something that humans have done for thousands of years, because like it's like pretty much none of the plants and animals that we consume regularly are natural. Right? All the sort of crops that we use have been heavily shaped by humans. We've cultivated them to be, to become larger, have larger fruit, and so on. Less seeds and whatnot. And like if you look at like the wild ancestors of the plants that we currently consume, they're vastly different. And we've already had like like low-tech versions of cloning, like grafting for plants. It's basically a way of cloning. It just like works with more primitive technology. Broccoli, asparagus, etc., all from the same parent plant. Yeah, like if you look at something like the wild ancestor of a banana, it looks nothing like a banana. They're completely different. So all the sort of plants that we eat, as well as all the animals that we use, are already like man-made constructs. Like in the past, we just didn't do it as consciously as we do now. So I'm generally in favor of GMO. You know, that's... But obviously it depends on like what you're modifying for and how you do it and so on. So it's complicated, but in general, I think I'm in favor of GMO. All right, let's look at the latest prophet here. He's gone for the Blightstone opening, very standard. Also magic stick. I really like this magic stick here. Like Lina's going to use a lot of spells, obviously. Might as well get a stick. Here in the mid lane, we've also actually no stick on Lal. He preferred to go for the Gauntlets of Strength earlier. Actually, no, I feel like you just got like stick in like 2 branches or something. Who wins the matchup with Zeus versus Snapfire? I think Zeus is probably better. I don't really like this trend of like going Snapfire core. I don't think she's that good of a core. I think she's fine as a support. But like you've seen a bunch of offlane Snapfire at this major. I think mid-lane Snapfire is even worse. Like there was like a brief time when mid-lane Snapfire was popular when the Aghanos was so strong. But now that they've nerfed it, I just don't really feel like mid-lane Snapfire is that good. Yeah, Snap bought stick, yeah, of course, yeah, but she bought it like after bottle, right? I feel like it's better to start off with the stick against Zeus. You're getting so many charges. Shouldn't the father consent required to perform abortion? I mean, it concerns the woman's body much more closely. Just part of the nature of the biology works. So I'm fine with the woman having great agency there. Seraphine is in a bit of trouble. Got no boots. Excuse me? Meteor Hammer on Mars? Am I being trolled here? Is that an actual build? What? I'm so confused. Meteor Hammer. Like no one's been buying Meteor Hammer. Pretty much. The entire major. Now we see it on Mars. What? I don't get it. Like I suppose you get like Spear of Mars. That's like 2.6 seconds stun. Max level. How long does Meteor Hammer take to channel? Wave missed the item. I never buy that. Hello? Meteor Hammer? There we go. Channeling. Wait, how long does the channel time last? 2.5 seconds. Then 0.5 second landing duration. So that's not really work out properly. He just queued it to get the Ring of Health?
That was kind of soft.
No. He's getting a crown. What else would you get a crown for?
Guys, TP.
Ну тут вроде ливать пора тебе, братан.
Hello? Okay, we see Mech coming out of Snapfire. That's not too unusual. Zeus is going for Mana Boot. Of course he is. And then down here, Nature's Prophet, just getting threads. Dominator on Mars. That would be perhaps even sillier than the Meme Hammer. Doesn't have the mana to press the hammer? I mean, the hammer also gives you a bunch of mana regen. What is it? Yeah, it's 100 mana. You also get 2.5 mana regen and 8 attributes. So that should be okay. I mean, I guess like mana regen is nice on Mars. And Meteor Hammer helps you farm, I suppose, but like you can already farm with your normal abilities. I don't know. Seems very weird. Yeah, he's gonna have like a wand, and like together with like all the mana regen he gets plus like the charges from wand, he should be able to get all the stuff out. Even with the Meteor Hammer. And like how much? It's like 13 in mana per end, right? So you get this gives you what is it, 104 mana, so you get as much mana as you spend, plus you have some mana regen, so should be okay. Yeah, long pause is long. Let's look at some of these stats. We've got top net worth for Zeus, so he's slightly ahead of the Snapfire in lane. Down at bottom, you see Yatoro slightly ahead of Saberlight. And of course, whenever you play a core against Nature's Prophet, you also buy a Quelling Blade, even for range. What, Ruby, KS, AFK? Look at the last set. He won't, I'll break his arm. Okay. Kind of weird. He won't get the kill steal, he will break his arm, okay. Interesting. What is happening to my stream? To see a black screen here. What is happening? No, it is. I'm still streaming normally, according to OBS. I don't know why YouTube is being weird. Can you guys still hear me?
Забейте, ребят, я
Подождем.
So good and tasty.
I told you.
Okay, I mean, the Seraphine is definitely dead. And I think the attack from Rubik is gonna come in first.
So good and
Kind of hard to tell. But I think that's like a attack that's flying in. All these weird particle effects, it's hard to tell. Things seem fine here. Okay, but like, yeah, just like from my like review screen on YouTube, it just shows me a black screen, even though it tells me it's an excellent connection. So I'm a bit confused. I was thinking to myself justification for hammer, but I got none. Yeah, I bet it's so bizarre. Like, okay, like mana regen is great on Mars. Health regen is also good on Mars, but Meteor Hammer is just such a bad item. Like, it's maybe like the stats it gives are nice and all. You pay 250 gold for. Okay, so you get like a little bit more than Perseverance, because you get like an extra 0.25 mana regen, and then you double up the crown. So like the stats are not that bad if you want like regen and stats. But yeah, just the active is so bad. I mean, I suppose everything that Meteor Hammer gives is kind of good on Mars. Attributes, health regen, mana regen, that's great, and so on.
Yeah, really cool.
Mars channels Meteor Hammer and then gets disrupted by Zeus Lightning in low connection.
Забейте, ребят, я broke.
Mars is not really associated with meteors.
คุณที่แจ้งให้ทราบถึงไม่อยากจะทราบก็ตาม
Repositioning yourself as Mars is important? Yes, exactly. So I feel like the idea is that you're not really don't really care that much about the active. It's more about like the passive stats it grants, which are not bad. Like you want mana regen on Mars. HP regen is nice as well, I suppose. And I guess that you can use like the active for like some farming and refreshing towers and whatnot.
I'm really freaking out.
I don't know. Just a bit weird. Okay, Ricky with the Venom, Windlace.
I don't consider myself the best player.
Ну тут вроде ливать пора тебе, братан.
Got a classic Yongun Regensburg build. What's the Yongun Regensburg build? Yeah, you can just farm with W, that's true. Oh yeah, when I was like back in the old days when I was starting out as a Dota player, I used to just build Perseverance on pretty much every hero, just to have some regen. Obviously don't do that. But in my defense, back in the day, Perseverance also gave you some damage. It wasn't that bad, but still, of course, not optimal. I'm just gonna refill my drink.
Zip zap.
Okay, and that's all the alcohol I have for today.
Ну что ж, подождем. Ну что ж, подождем.
But it should be enough to give me like a light buzz, which I think I'll need to endure this pause here. Ooh, a lot of technical difficulties here. Like this series, next one is supposed to start like an hour and 20 minutes ago. You know, if SR win this game, you know, it could be another 2 hours until this actually starts. Are the PCs that the players provided, or is it the players' own? I think in this event, usually they have PCs provided for the players. They don't have to bring their own PCs. Usually they only bring their own like mouse and headset and stuff like that, like their own peripherals. But the monitors and the PCs are usually provided by the tournament organizer.
Ну что ж, подождем. Ну что ж, подождем.
Yeah, so I had a friend, I guess he's still my friend, so I still have him as a friend, but he sort of got into Dota a bit later than I did, and when he first got into Dota, he was just like spamming Clinks, and the build he always went for is he started with a Bracer, no other items, and then he went straight for MKB, which back in the day actually was not an anti-evasion item, it was just like a general damage item. And I really thought he was so stupid for going for that sort of build, because like obviously like you need to get some more like smaller items and use your inventory slots, and you need some regen and whatnot. And you know, I was right about that, but then also I like went completely overboard by going like Perseverance every game. That's also stupid. So like we were both stupid in our own very different ways. I always think that's kind of funny. Yeah, I was like back in the day, I was like really big into Ring of Region, like starting with like Ring of Region plus like 2 branches. Because back then you had a bit less starting gold than now. So I really like that like passive region from Ring of Region. I wasn't really much into flasks, into salves back in the day. Even though of course they were probably like the most efficient region item back then, because back then Tango existed, but it was like much worse, giving much less region, so it was not really an efficient form of region. It was more like a way of cutting trees. Yeah, so you basically had to rely either on salves or like passive region stuff like Ring of Region or Ring of Health. Was like one of the classic builds back in the day, was just like buy no starting items and then get Ring of Health from Secret Shop. Beginners have a special way of viewing the game, indeed.
I told you.
That was kind of saucy.
Is the game actually going to continue at some point? Holy shit. I guess I was lucky to get into Dota back in the day, because back then just like the standards were much lower. Like if you were someone who like deliberately tried to last hit, you like were already in, you know, the top quartile. Fun is sometimes lost when our efficiency goals take over. That is true. That is true. But I think that's also like a lot of fun to be had in just like trying to be as efficient as possible. And like I always had that mindset. Like back in the day when I built that Perseverance, I wasn't thinking like, oh, it doesn't matter. I thought this was efficient, right? I was just wrong. But yeah, I just like I knew a lot less about the game, and of course back then like no one knew shit. Like there were some good players obviously, but most people were just like really bad. And I actually remember my very first Dota game. It was like not Dota All Stars, but like some earlier version. I had Pudge, and back then Pudge was some sort of like hero that summoned a bunch of skeletons and stuff, completely different from Pudge now. And I had no idea what was going on, and I didn't like the game at all, and just like I quit after the one game. But then like a year later or something, in like 2005, a bunch of my friends persuaded me to play some Dota, and I got hooked on the game. And you know, they had a bunch of ideas about the game that were completely wrong, and I was kind of misled by that as well. Let Dwayne up competitive games. The sooner you play, the better. Yeah, that's sort of true. It's like something magical about just like the early weeks of a game being out. Like I experienced that with like World of Warcraft. I started playing like just on the very first day, and it's like this idea like everyone is just starting out fresh. No one really knows what's going on. I think that was like a very magical time. Or also with like a game like StarCraft 2, where I was in there starting from the beta, and actually got quite good at that. Yeah, I think like when no one really knows what you're supposed to do, that's kind of a fun time to start out with.
Zip zap.
Yeah, and of course back then in the day, YouTube didn't even exist. Like YouTube, I think, started in 2007 or something. So like back in the day, you had to go to like forums where you found like written guides. And okay. Oh, actually, it was indeed Mars who got the kill. Actually, back in the day, also wrote some guides on a website called Dota Portal, which is now defunct.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
2005, but it was a porn site. Oh, YouTube come out on 2005? Okay, I don't remember exactly, but
Dire's courier has been killed.
yeah, it's certainly like just like making like back in those days in like the early 2000s, bandwidth was still very limited, and it was difficult to actually just like stream video. But what we did a lot back in the day was to do like audio commentaries, where you would have like a replay, and then alongside that you would have an audio file, and you would sort of record yourself doing some sort of commentary on the game as an audio file, and you would ship that with the replay, and you would give people some sort of signal where they would sync the replay with the audio file. That way you had like a 10 megabyte audio file with like 100 kilobyte replay, and that was really suitable towards the internet in those days, whereas like a full video would be too expensive in terms of traffic and bandwidth. Pull up my gothic speedruns. Yeah, it's not like a real like speedrun or anything. It's just like I just sort of play through the game rather quickly. It's not optimized at all.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle
Yeah,
tower
that's
is
like
under
the
attack.
earliest videos on my YouTube channel. YouTube still divides audio and video for this reason when it comes to downloading videos. Okay. Did not know that. Okay, let's talk about Dota. Oh,
Radiant's top tower is under
Atizi is having some trouble, but he's gonna survive. He's fine. Only we could have invested in gaming commentary before the boom. Yeah, but like also in those early days, you couldn't really make any money, right?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
If you were like a big YouTuber in like 2007 or something, you might have a lot of views, but you wouldn't get any money.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't know exactly when monetization came in. It was like maybe like 2008 or something. Before then, you could only monetize if you had like some sort of external sponsor or something.
Is under attack.
But most people didn't. Okay, so how's Lina doing? She's not doing that well. Yeah, that's like the problem with running Lina plus Ricky. Not a very strong lane. But yeah, but it's like playing Ricky as support just means like you're sacrificing laning stage in favor of having mid-game strength once you get the shard. Well, that should be a kill. And Tiny. There we go. Easy kill.
It's not the heat, it's the humiliation.
Came into it back when Lord Vega and Tobuscus were the kings. Never heard of these people. Right, Yatoro just seems to be going straight for Gleipnir. Yeah, indeed we have the Meteor Hammer active here. So, I mean, I guess this is kind of fun. You know, the stats are decent. Oh, what happened there? Alright, they're going for the rune there. Crit gets it, but pays with his life for it. Let's go get there.
Killing spree. Hello, this is Gabe Newell.
Okay.
Thanks for playing Dota 2. Double kill.
2 souls.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Only 4 heroes not picked off so far. Who are those? Can you tell us? Okay, yeah, Toro almost got the Maelstrom here. Not the craziest timing, but it's okay. Meanwhile, Arteezy is still going for the Mask of Madness, even though he didn't invest into Shadow Rays.
Dire's top tower has been
Because he's gonna get like Presence of the Dark Lord now. He just restarted the Shadow Rays and now he's going more to right click. Yeah, interesting. It's also going for Hand of Midas now. That's kind of... I don't know how late Hand of Midas.
under attack.
I mean, it's not even like he's having a bad game. His farm is fine. Well, Abed is gonna go for Kaya and Sanj. Okay, Prue, Huska, OD, and Tinker. Interesting. I kind of agree that Huska is a bit weak right now. OD also maybe not the best.
Is under attack.
But I feel like Brew is actually in decent state. Maybe the pause makes it feel longer? What do you mean? Yeah, Tinker, I suppose he's... tends to not do that well in pro games. People really know how to play against him. He's weaker, he's like great against disorganized teams. Yeah, indeed, he got the Presence of the Dark Lord now. Oh, Mira. Oh, he's fine. He's a Ricky. He's slippery. Bit of a smoke coming in here. We do have Arena of Blood. No, it wasn't Bulwark yet. Oh, the Midas timing. Yeah, but it's also like a Midas after Treads and Mask of Madness is really unusual. And indeed he is actually changing his mind. Can I play any instruments? Nope. My musical talents are extremely limited. Would be kind of cool to know how to play an instrument, but I can't. Oh, Yatoro, you dead.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Okay, just going for Mask of Madness into Dragonlance. Then what is that Vifios on your channel? What? Oh, that's addressed to Ben. Not a bagpipe. Also feel like on paper, this carry Shadowfiend should be so strong to get so much bonus damage and minus armor. And you have some really nice talents, but in an actual game, it just doesn't feel that strong. Because the winded is not that crazy. What are my predictions for the next patch? It's always hard to say. There's gonna be like a couple of new items, I suppose. Hopefully we get Muerta. I think the set to arrive in spring, so hopefully now. And as far as like my sort of favorite heroes are concerned, I think a bunch of them are gonna get buffed. I think Lone Druid, Chen, Visage might all get buffs. Beastmaster Lycan might get nerfs, but that's okay. Oh yeah. Yeah, need the BKB here. I like this item build on Shadow Fiend. You predict that become a 1x6 convert. Okay. I think they're gonna nerf. Obviously, they're gonna nerf Lina. They're gonna nerf Broodmother. They're gonna nerf like all the heroes that were like very frequently picked at the major. I think they're gonna. I'm not sure about this, but I think there's a good chance they make some sort of new nerf to BKB, make it a bit less essential of an item. I talked earlier about this idea of making BKB more expensive, but compensating for it by giving it more damage, so that it's more of a right-click item. I think that would be a really good change. I'm not necessarily predicting that, but I think that would make sense. I think they're going to try to make some sort of change to BKB. Oh, Lina. Yeah, she's fine. It's Lina. Oh, what is down here? Oh, okay, he's dead. Yeah, like obviously, this shard gets nerfed. It's always hard to predict this kind of things because often they just do things that no one would have predicted in advance. Like no one before 7.0 would have predicted, okay, they're gonna have like a backpack suddenly, or no one would have predicted usual items that I think came in 707. Like those changes just came out of left field. So who knows what they have in store? All builds have less creativity when there's an item that's a must. True, true. Mira. No mana. And he goes. Ooh, come on, come on, come on, come on. Philistone, Philistone. You get money while you're dead. Come on, do this. Do it. Do it. Do it. No. Just money. Money for nothing. Ooh. Done here. It's fine. Yeah, going for the BKB here. Getting a TP scroll, very nice. Finally switched it. Yeah, what I would really like is some sort of new micro hero. But I don't think we're gonna get that. I think we're gonna get another hero that's like a LoL-like hero with like one mobility spell, one of disable, one nuke. Very generic. Because that seems to be getting lately.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And of course, something vector targeted.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
But you see Gleipnir here being already built. I think only I want a new micro hero. So the idea that I have for micro heroes is one that where you have some sort of summons that depend on your stats. So you have a hero that that like actually scales rather than having to snowball, because that's I think the reason people dislike playing against the Zoo heroes is not because the Zoo heroes are because they're micro based, but because they tend to be snowbally heroes. Right? Because if you get like a Helm of Dominator or whatever, you have some summons. These are very strong, like timing based things. And if you have a good early game, you're gonna do really well on a hero like Beastmaster or Lycan. But if you don't, then you just kind of fall behind and you have a bad time. But if you have a really good early game, you snowball, your opponents have a bad time. So that's why I like the idea of some sort of micro-based hero that is like based around hero stats, where the summons get stronger. The point is that no one enjoys microing, but that doesn't explain why people don't like playing against micro heroes. I think that's more the case.
That was, as they say.
Yeah, they also have lower pick rates, that's true. Or tend to have them. Unless they're really strong in a particular meta.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But like when there's like a Zoo meta, when like Zoo heroes are strong, a lot of people don't like that. And I think the reason for that is because they tend to be snowbally and kind of tends to feel bad if you're getting overrun by a Lycan. And yeah, my idea would fix that. And I mean, we currently already have something like that in like illusion heroes, and illusion heroes are not unpopular. But the problem is illusions are just kind of boring. They're just like really boring versions of the hero that only right click. And you know, Meepo clones are a little bit more interesting, but they're also just like more versions of your own hero. So if you had like a hero that has like several like different summons that have active abilities, depend on your attributes, I think that would be a really cool hero concept. But I'm not predicting that that's going to happen. That's just something I would like to see. You gotta make heroes that people enjoy. Yeah, but like not everyone has to enjoy the same kind of hero. There's like 120 or something heroes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, Atizi going for Silver Edge next. So if you Silver Edge Lina, I think she keeps the Fire Soul stack she has, right? You can't get new ones? Is that how it works? All right, yeah, Toro. Is he getting... No, he's not getting Boots of Travel. Interesting. I've got my heroes already. Stop asking for new ones. Okay, but then you could say that to any sort of player who enjoys a particular type of hero. Oh, like people who enjoy being mobile with heroes that jump around. You've got lots of heroes like that already. Stop asking for new ones. Arc, what is the thing you want? But again, it's just like a copy of the main hero, similar to Meepo. Okay, so like nothing much really happening in this game. Devs won't make more money. Okay, that's why I'm not predicting it's gonna happen. I just want it to happen. Mars is gonna channel his freaking meteor hammer. Yeah. I don't think this meteor hammer build is gonna catch on. Heroes are most popular means a low skill to understand, but has a nuance that is hard to master. But like, Arch is popular. It's not that simple of a hero. It's kind of difficult to play. And like, Nature's Prophet is reasonably popular, and it's like a very difficult hero to play.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
It happened again.
Well, you can't make my hero because you're not working for Valve.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So I want my hero to be in Dota, other than some sort of mod that you're making.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So yeah,
Radiant's bottom tower.
you're not just going for Hurricane Pike now? I don't know about that. Invoker's how to play, still really popular. Good point, good point. Also a hero that involves at least some micro with the Wood Spirits. Yeah, also like Rubik is also really difficult to play. A lot of people really like him. Just because a hero is hard doesn't mean that people don't like it. What difference does it make? It's the same client? It's gonna be a different game, different population of players. Low skill floor with a high skill ceiling is a tendency to be popular in all games. That's true. Yeah, it's bandwagon. If you want to play a multiplayer game, you want to play a game that other people are also playing. Like if you play a game that 5 other people in the world play, it's difficult to have a good time. Whereas if you play a game that thousands or millions play, that's a lot more meaningful.
Are scanning.
Yeah, but it's like in general, low skill floor and high skill ceiling is like just like good design. Ideally, all heroes should be like that. And like pretty much all, like games in general, it's good if you have a low skill skill floor but a high skill ceiling. Right, Saberlight. No Aghanims yet. Okay, interesting. Just going for the... Go play RTS instead, but like this is a game based on an RTS. It's like a pretty important, like pretty important part of like the DNA of Dota, that it's based on an RTS game, and you know, why does a game even have like this sort of top-down perspective if it's all just going to be about one unit? Right? Why not just make it like a third-person game? Like first-person game, if all you're gonna do is control one unit. The reason, of course, is because like it's based on Warcraft 3, which is an RTS game and has the sort of controls suitable for RTS, and therefore it just makes sense to have heroes that control multiple units. You will be the leading pioneer of the genre. Okay, good luck with that. Yeah, of course, I know that there's games who did that. Seems like Smite or Paragon. Alright, so still not very much happening, but we've got Arteezy farming quite well. But Zeus actually farming really well. And then profiting. As you do. Interestingly, this went for the +5 Treant summon over the attack speed. I think most people go instead for the attack speed. I think one thing that would be cool in Dota is to have like different maps, right? We have like, let's say like a 3 versus 3 map, smaller, like maybe only two lanes, which is what for example you had in Han. But the standard was still 5 versus 5, but you also had a 3 versus 3 map. Dota mode made balance on duels will be fun, yeah. You just need like a separate map that's smaller. Just like 1 or 2 lanes. Okay. Shadow Fiend. Yeah. TZ is just having a good game here. LOL also had a 3 versus 3 can't talk. 3 versus 3 map. Yeah, I think just in general it might be like one of the ways forward in Dota to have different maps. Because that sort of reduces the need for patches to keep things fresh. Like if you think of like RTS games or FPS games, those don't change that much. Like you don't have like a new patch in like CS:GO or something every couple of weeks that overhauls things. Or like the game fundamentally stays the same more or less. But you have different maps, and that keeps it fresh. Or like take a game like StarCraft Brood War. It hasn't changed for like 20 years fundamentally. But you have new maps being made, and so that keeps things interesting and fresh. Like if you had it in Dota, then we'd have a lot more variety. Oh, they're trying to go for this melee Rex. There we go. EQ is still available, Aegis as well, so it's hard to go on the Shadow Fiend. Exploring new maps makes it feel like a lab rat exploring new mazes. Is it a good or a bad thing? Yeah, Rebellion is in pretty firm control of this game. I'm actually not entirely sure why Harry Shadowfiend isn't more popular. Like on paper, it just seems really strong. And just like think about this Necromastery thing. Right, with the level 20 talent, you get 20 souls with 7 damage each. That's 140 damage. And you also get 7 armor reduction. That's so much damage. It's an aura as well. You've got some, pretty solid stat gains as well in this hero. Carry SF is fun. VH, yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, the creeps are coming in top, so the shield is going to be lost pretty soon. But I guess that easy went a bit too early. Still has the Aegis for another minute. Fun Enigma game for me. Enigma's a fun hero. Have you guys ever seen Cho'Gall from Heroes of the Storm? More crazy stuff like that would always keep the game fresh. I mean, I've played a little bit of Heroes of the Storm, but I don't quite know what Cho'Gall does. Isn't that like the hero where it's like 2 players controlling it? Yeah, there's 2-player hero, yeah. That's kind of a cool concept. I think those creeps go? Really? You just have Shadow Race now? Where's full mana? Okay, Aegis almost gone. What's our Nature's Prophet doing? Interesting, he's completely ignoring the Aghanim's. Okay, Hatizi is protected there by the trees. By the trees, rather. Yeah, I don't see spirits. And the spirit turning this around.
It happened again. Double kill. A dominating performance.
I think at this point you might just write GG. This Nature's Prophet hits pretty hard. Ooh, one of us a mischance for started units. Yep, it's a pretty good way of protecting your guys. It's like really strong with a ranged carry like Shadow Fiend. The hammer from Mars will save them. Yeah. Something tells me we're not going to see this Mars Meteor Hammer build all that often. Yeah, honestly, I think it's just like about the stats mostly, not so much about the active, but still, probably more efficient items to buy. I also feel like Mars just doesn't fit the current meta that well. It's like you really just want to have an offlaner who's just gonna buy Greaves. And on Mars, you can buy Greaves on Mars, of course, but you kind of want to have like your Blink and BKB. Oh, that is a nice crit there. Okay. Getting a bit overconfident there. But still up 29k. Oh, I bet. Okay. He used the refresher just to be able to BKB out. This poor SF deserves to win up sleeping from Ricky half the game. Guess you can disassemble Mask of Madness for the Satanic there. They're down 2 lanes. Actually, no, there's Megas already, never mind. So yeah, there's no coming back from this, come on. 28k and Megas. Roshan is up though, so if they can grab Roshan right now, they might have a sliver of a chance, but they don't know that Roshan's up. Lina now going for the MKB to counter that evasion from Nature's Prophet, from the talent. Rooting for Radiance now, gonna cheer for the underdog. Okay, fair enough.
Radiant are scanning.
Very Christian of you, you know, the first will be the last and so on. Okay, Rebellion are gonna take the Roshan now. That Spirit of no idea is going on. Even if they did, they would have no real chance of contesting this. Alright, going on the Aegis here on our Shadow Friend. We're going for Arcane Blink now instead of Panic. There's already sold his boots.
Okay, guys, that was pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Okay, so Arcane Blink is of course gonna reduce the cast time for Requiem of Souls. Kind of a neat item on Shadow Fiend. But
The seeds of fortune.
you're a carry ship. Do you really want to go for this over the Swift Blink? The attack speed from Swift Blink is so important. I know it's Shadow Fiend on Shadow Friend. It's a joke. It's a meme, bro. Right, that's the fast Arcane Blink ultimate. Not doing anything because PKD is the thing.
There they go.
There you go. And that's it. Shadowfriend kind of makes it sound like there might be a character from Wheel of Time. There we have the Dark Friends. Alright, so that was slight bit one-sided. I mean, the early game was very even. I'm also your Shadow Friend. I suppose. Wait, what? 0 net worth? It's some sort of bug. And now we need to wait another 10 minutes before the draft starts, probably. Okay, game 3 live. Watch in game. Lobby not found yet. Okay, it's gonna be a while. Oh my god, it's already 4 AM. I don't know. I don't know if I can do this liquid talent thing. I guess we're gonna finish off this series, but then I think I have to go to bed. Does the chart take into account the pause? I don't think so. The pause was not that early. Like the pause was, I think it's somewhere like 8 minutes or something like that. Maybe something about the pause messed things up. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, sleepy. It's 4 AM. Come on, man. But yeah, we're gonna do this final game in this best of 3 at least. And by the time that's finished, it's probably gonna be 5. Good thing I don't need to do anything in particular tomorrow. I'm not teaching any students tomorrow. Where do I reside? That it's 4 a.m. in Germany. Yeah, so the group stage games actually were quite a bit earlier. So they from like German time, they started at like 4 p.m. and ended at around midnight, maybe 1 a.m., which is like perfectly reasonable. But yeah, also like these games are like majorly delayed. Like this series was supposed to start at 2 hours ago. And it's gonna start in 1 hour, if we're lucky. So a lot of delays there. Even though we've had some 2-0s, right? You would expect that there's 2-0s that this is actually ahead of schedule. But no. Something's going wrong. Can't get any more specific than that. Dota at 4 a.m. is gonna give you nightmares. Yeah, and of course, if you like want to play one last game, and then the opponent picks like Techies and Tinker, and some of this nightmare is like back with the old Techies laying mines. Lobby still not found. Actually, look at some stats from this event so far. Let's look at the Dota buff and switch the scene here on OBS. No, that's not the right one. Okay, let me change that. Display capture. The other one. There we go. Let's see. Esports, leagues. Lima Major. So we've got Brood Mother as the most contested hero. 59% of the games won, and Lina's actually pulled ahead now. Pulled ahead of Brood. Yeah, Battlefield also been very successful. Interest profit is only 51%. But you have to consider that he's like picked and banned in pretty much every game. So people are going to be less selective with him. And he still has 51% win rate, which is pretty incredible. Doesn't necessarily mean that he's good in your pubs. Look at his win rate in pubs. He's not doing that well. Even Divine and Immortal, he's below 50%. It's just like a very hard hero to play and requires a good amount of coordination with the team. Ricky at 42%. Yeah, Ricky has not been working out as well as people have hoped. I mean, 43% for 28 games, that's not necessarily that big of a sample size. Could just be variance. But yeah, it's also not a hero that's banned out that often. So it might be fine. Actually make this a bit bigger. Okay. Yeah, Pangoli has also been surprisingly successful. I mean, I'm not surprised by Undying. He's just a very solid hero. Honestly, like a hero you can like first phase without worrying too much. He's just such a strong laner. And as I said earlier, Rubik is perhaps slightly overvalued. Although, of course, having such a high pick and ban rate and still maintaining a winner that's not too far below 50% is still a sign of a strong hero, but one that's maybe a bit overvalued. Enigma has been doing really well, obviously. Death Prophet, pretty solid. And one thing that surprised me is how low the win rate of Drow Ranger is. Like, it's definitely far below 50%. It's kind of crazy for a hero that feels so strong. Rubik overvalued? I mean, 44% win rate? Not that great. I'm not saying that Rubik is bad, I'm saying he's a bit overvalued. Why does it show that what side the hero wins at? Do people pick heroes based on Radiance or Dire? To some extent. So like one of the big differences in the map is that it's much easier to like farm multiple camps on Dire, because the camps tend to be a bit closer together. That's part of the reason why Dire tends to be doing better in competitive Dota. Oh, game is actually up. Or is it? Maybe not. Yeah, like Alchemist, for example, it's really important to like farm multiple camps at once with like your spray and radiance, and so that's just going to be much stronger on Dire than on Radiance. Yeah, generally it's believed that Dire is a bit stronger right now. There's also some stats as well from the major that showed that Dire is doing better. Yeah, outpost near Roshan is also important thing. Of course, that's a primarily thing in Pro Dota, because in pubs people just don't play around Roshan as much. So one advantage that Radiant have though is that as like typically you naturally want to play on the side of your off lane past the early game. But if you're Radiant, you typically want to play in the top left part of the map, and if you're Dire, you naturally want to play in the bottom right. And so that's an advantage for Radiant, because they tend to want to play in the area where Roshan is. But yeah, in general, the advantages of Dire tend to predominate. Has Dota ever had a mirrored map? No, I don't think so. Still loading. One thing that surprised me a bit is how popular Naga Siren is. Like, win rate is about 50%, but it's been picked a lot and banned also a lot. It would be an interesting video to make going into this. Yeah, I suppose. Although I think there's a good chance that the patch is going to change some of the stuff. So there's not much point in making a video about this now. Patch is just around the video. The patch is just around the corner. It also surprised me how popular Snapfire has been. Going into the major, I wouldn't have really expected it to be that much of a presence. But she seems to be doing pretty well. The Intelligence. Okay. Titan is actually doing really poorly. It's only 15 games, so it's not a big sample size, but still 33% is pretty low. Disrupt has been doing pretty well. Whoa. Zeus as well. Gunka. 1 out of 10 games. Dragon Knight also not doing well. Same for Darkseer. Like Darkseer is one of those heroes where it's like when you don't get the popular offlaners, you just like pick Darkseer because like he can kind of get Greaves. I guess Visage similar thing. At Magnus. Similar thing for Mars. I think he's just like not that good of a hero right now. %% Willkommensbonus. Bis zu 122 Euro. Just some gambling ad thingy. Viper, where's Viper? 0%. Literally unplayable. OD Brewmaster unpicked. I guess it doesn't show all the heroes. Ooh, Rubik actually the most picked hero. Very interesting. It's like a hero that's strong enough to pick, but not necessarily to ban. What's my search history? Wouldn't you like to know? This shit takes forever. Holy shit. Type the letter P into the search bar. Okay, let's try this. PayPal, Dota Pro Tracker, physiotherapy. Seems pretty solid. Henry is a bad influence. Indeed. Ooh. Can I get a game now? Damn, he's clean. I know how to use anonymous mode. Or incognito mode, how it's called. Why did it take so long? I don't get it. Yeah, some of these heroes, like, interesting how Razor for a while was like a really meta hero with like this Bloodthorn build, but now he's basically never played. He must frequent an alternative website like the German Google's website. What is that? Did you miss the search history? Yes. I can repeat it. Type in the letter P. Very incriminating stuff. Okay. Interesting, Luna. I wouldn't have picked Luna to be like a particularly strong hero. I guess it's just two games. Gyro basically not picked. Skyrath. People are playing Skyrath Mage? Is that a thing? Apparently. Chen not doing well. Good for me. Grab some buffs. Lone Druid. Okay, one pick. That's fine. I still get some buffs. Core pain 0%. Oh, feels bad, man. I think the hero's just not that good right now. Void Spirit also not doing particularly well. Vector also kind of a stinker. What's wrong with Sky? I mean, it's just like only single target damage. Not really what you typically want from your support. Like he's got like a silence, which is fine. But there's no stun, there's no like AoE stuff. The ultimate kind of requires some sort of setup to be useful. There's a lot of problems with Sky. Magnus also not doing well. Spirit Breaker not doing that well. Yeah, Timbersaw has been like going into the major. I would have thought that Timbersaw was pretty bad, but then a lot of people were picking and banning it. And seems like I maybe might have been wrong, might have been right there, because this winner is not that great. Okay, we has a slow. Okay, but like slows are not that strong. It's not even that impressive of a slow. Root Mother, of course, been really successful. Morphling, surprisingly high win rate. How about this? Oh, we got Lina here. For heroes with such extreme win-loss rate, I'm interested in what the opinion is on why. I mean, let's look at some of the more extreme cases. I mean, we're gonna ignore these like one or two big things. But Disruptor, honestly, not quite sure why Disruptor is doing so well. I think like Lycan is doing well because it's been picked in good Lycan games. Zeus, I'm not sure. Lina, she's overpowered. Puck, also just really strong right now. But yeah, anyway, let's actually jump into the game. I'll switch the scene in OBS. There we go.
Team spirit.
Alright, finally got a nice draft. Okay, so we've got Lina and Tiny versus Treant and the other Treant. We're going with the sort of nature theme there.
10 seconds remaining.
Not too bad.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. The Spirit still believes in Lina, whereas Rebellion think they can counter her. I like the Undying ban. He's like a really good laner together with Lina.
Dire team back.
And Trina is like a very nice lane partner for all these ranged carries. I mean, Drow has been banned, but Shadowfiend is still available. Love Sniper. Could even just run Nature's Prophet as carry.
10 seconds remaining.
I think the three bros would be pretty strong in lane together.
Remaining. Dire team pick.
Beastmaster been banned out. So I would think you would want another support now.
Team spirits turn to pick.
Okay, Tusk's nice, can be support or mid laner. Not sure if Abed plays Tusk mid, but definitely more flex pick.
10 seconds.
Wonder if Treeman dislikes the fact that Tiny uses one of his dead brother's corpses as a weapon.
5 seconds remaining.
Probably. Also rather messed up that Nature's Prophet is actually like doing deforestation on a pretty large scale to create his treants. And then the trees that have been stood there for decades just die after a minute. Doesn't seem very environmentally friendly. Okay, Team Spirit taking a while to consider.
Team spirits turn to
Okay, there's Zeus. That's probably going to be the mid lane. And then we've got Sven. Okay, interesting. It's going to be support Sven. Because I think you would like to run Lina as carry. So Lina carries Zeus mid.
10 seconds remaining.
Tiny 4, Sven 5. Offlaner still missing?
Remaining.
I think that makes sense. I mean, the point of Sven as a support is that you've got like a nice reliable stun. You've got like the Warcry is a very powerful ability for your team. You've got a pretty good shard for that with the passive armor aura.
Team spirits turn to bat. Templar assassin.
Someday I want Dota to have the ability for Timber to hook onto Treeman. Yeah. And maybe just use a Tango to destroy Treant or Quelling Blade.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, TA is gonna be in here. I like this this draft from Rebellion so far, keeping things very open. You don't know if Nature's Prophet is gonna be 1 or 3. TA could be 1 or 2. Tusk could be 2 or 4. Pretty much the only one you know is that Trina is gonna be 5. That makes it very hard for Spirit to both ban things out as well as picking, because Rebellion have the overall last pick.
5 seconds remaining.
Did I watch Tropical Island yet? No. I don't even know what it is. Some sort of show, I suppose?
Team spirits turn to ban.
Okay, so they're banning a couple of zoo heroes. It's so far it's like a pretty single target kind of lineup for Shopify, except for TA, who's got her side blades.
5 seconds remaining.
So Team Spirit, okay, they ban out Tango, fair enough. So you want to ban on an off-laner, I think? So maybe Death Prophet?
10 seconds remaining.
Spirit Breaker, interesting. I suppose you can play him as a 3? But not really the first tier that comes into mind in terms of banning. But we'll see.
10 seconds remaining.
What do Spirit want here? I think Death Rod will be okay.
5 seconds remaining.
Get something like a Tide Hunter maybe. I feel like picking an offlane is the only thing that really makes sense here. I mean, I suppose you can run Sven as an offlaner or Tiny as an offlaner, but do you want to? I feel like Tiny and Sven have to be support here. Could also be like Sven and Zeus support and Tiny mid lane. But I think either way you want an offlaner now. And I don't know, Tide seems fine.
Dire team pick.
Okay, Underlord, kind of similar hero. Also a grease builder. Okay, what do Shopify now want?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Any strong carries left? Maybe you just go for like a Slark. Like Slark against Underlord, that's a really good lane. Run a TA mid, Nature's Prophet off lane. It's gonna be a bit of a right click focused lineup. That might be a bit of a problem. But like Nature's Prophet, you can just go for Aghanims first, it's fine. Yes, Lark seems pretty good. Against Underlord, like Underlord has to be like 3, right? So Underlord Zeus, Underlord Tiny, Underlord Sven. All of this is gonna be fine if you're gonna be Tusk plus, or like Twin Protector plus plus Slark. I really like Slark here. What else could they go for? Hold on, Leshrac is still available. Did they just go for Leshrac and run TA safe lane? Or even Leshrac safe lane? Huh. Leshrac is still available. Okay, it's gonna be the Shadow Fiend again. Do I mind if you share my Yongun deep fakes with a friend? Yes, I do. Okay, so it's gonna be Abed. Doesn't Zeus kind of TA a bit? I don't think it's that bad. Oh, it's actually gonna be Tiny mid.
5 seconds
Mira Zeus. Viposhka Sven. So it's gonna be Zeus and Sven as supports. Tiny mid. I mean, Tiny should be fine against TA. Got like multiple damage instances with Avalanche. Before you get level 6, armor is kind of a problem as Tiny. Afterwards, you can have pretty good armor. Shadowfiend is probably gonna have a good time against Underlord. So which lineup do I like better here? I think I want to go with Team Spirits here. Like Lina is gonna scale better than Shadowfiend. How many instances does level 1 and 2 have? Let's find out.
I told you.
Okay, I don't think it actually changes number of instances. I think it's just the same. I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out. But I think it's... I think it should probably just remove all the refraction instances.
Zip zap.
Of course, it's another pause. Okay, Underlord going for the good old Vanguard.
Okay, guys, that was pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Also got a Ring of Protection.
Alright, it's time to win.
You have to fear as this presence of the Dark Lord.
Alright, it's time to
You will
win.
probably want to go Shadow Rays. Okay, Yatoro going for the build with the Tangos.
Cool, man. That was hilarious. Great job.
Is he even a pro player? Then just going for a bunch of region. And Quelling Blade. I guess you're playing against just Prophet, so it's fine.
Блин, хп
Ну тут вроде ливать.
Ready?
тебе, братан.
Let's go.
That was insane.
And that was insane. Come on, let's go. There's some dots here. Go when ready. Reminds you of like this the Star Wars scene where with the original Star Wars with what's it called, Grand Moff Tarkin. You may fire when ready, which is like such a badass thing to say as you're, you know, ordering the killing of billions of people. Yeah, back in the original trilogy, they really knew how to make the Empire scary, as opposed to like the new trilogy where it's like what's the red-haired guy is just like screaming at people to fire. Makes him just kind of pathetic. When is the last day for the major? Ask Wikipedia. I think it's the 5th. Hold on, let me look at the calendar. I actually have Wikipedia open here somewhere. So, oh yeah, okay. So the March the 5th is going to be the last day, which is Sunday. All right.
Ну что ж, подождем.
The Sunday is going to be last day for Le Major. I guess it would be Le Major. Can we actually start here?
So good and tasty.
Okay, should we talk about starting items? Ooh, it's a magic one and 3 amp branches. How innovative. Oh, it's the boost of speed. It's gonna run here, it's gonna drop the boost of speed, and then he's gonna buy some, pick it up with a courier, he's gonna sell it, he's gonna buy some proper items. It is profit. Ooh, he's got Tango, double branch, Blightstone, and a Fairy Fire instead of 2 more branches. Wow. It's so interesting. We've got the magic stick. I'm not sure exactly where it starts with magic stick. Don't want to see them? No. Tusk gonna do the boots of speed. It's not unusual on pos 4 players. Oh, he's also gonna drop them. They're both gonna drop them. I like this. You might not like it, but this is what a peak Dota looks like. Why am I talking like that?
Feed me if you
Because I'm kind of annoyed by how long everything is taking. And this is some actual Dota.
Hello there.
Hello there.
30 seconds to battle.
Alright. Ooh, Yatora actually... Is he gonna play in top lane or is he just gonna shuffle around now? Not sure. Oh yeah, he's gonna stay there and just block. Interesting. Gonna do a lot of blocking here. Yeah, blocks and blocks, nice. Ricardo in Dota 2. And Ricardo. As in David Ricardo, a classical economist. That's a lot of blocking, but also Artis doing a lot of blocking. And we end up with pretty much the standard lane positioning. Alright, so they want to line up with Lina against the Shadow Fiend. Down here they've got Underlord and Zeus. It's Prophet and Tusk. I guess they want to avoid the Lina against Prophet matchup because Lina can be quite vulnerable to the Treants. But you're fine against like Shadow Fiend and Treant Protector. Because the Treant is fairly slow. You can avoid him. You've got your Poshka, Sven protecting you. And landing multiple raises on Lina is not that easy. Do you have an interest in economics? Yes, I'm very interested in economics.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tusk going for the boots. Alright, so Collapse on Unload doing pretty well so far. Austin School. Yeah, I I'm not like a strict Austrian or anything, but I like the Austrian approach. I wouldn't say that it's like the only way of approaching economics, but yeah, I think it's like an valuable approach. My microeconomics aren't too good? What do you mean by that? Alright, so we see Loss of Haste first here. Kind of interesting. Why are you so interested in Clouds of Haste and TA? I would think that you'd rather want to go for the Blightstone first, honestly. But against Tiny with this low armor, that's going to be really strong. Or like get the blends of Bell of Elven Skin, which gives you more damage. Oh, you're also an Ancap, nice. Alright, so we've got... Ooh, Healing Self. Haven't seen that item in a while. Ooh, we've got the Tri-Lane? Was in the Tri-Lane. Woo! What patch is this? Boschka? He's fine. Excuse me, sir? We've got a courier there. Oh, it's fine, it's fine.
You've just achieved first blood.
Let's get some deliveries. Actually getting the courier kill there too. That's pretty funny. Gets it through all Ancaps are into Econ. You kind of have to be to become an Ancap. Alright, Mira. Oh, he's just jumping past there. He's really making him work for this kill. Can he deny himself? Okay, they do get him eventually.
That gets my seal of approval.
Yeah, Trident was kind of fun. I would like to see Trident become at least like more viable than it is now. Also, like Trident would be fun with like a Visage player perspective, because Visage is so good in those lanes. Alright, we see Falcon Blade. First 5 minutes of more action in the entire last game. Only a slight exaggeration. Alright. Ooh. We're fighting over the rune, but the rune is actually bottom. I'm actually like a big fan of Sven as a support. I think he's quite underrated as a support. It's like you've got like a nice, reliable AoE stun. It's great. Warcry has such a good support ability. Got this great shard, 6 armor. Okay, at bottom, collapse. He should be fine. Or is he? No, he's not fine. Okay, actually Shadowfiend is not fine at all. Okay. Collapse. This magic 1-star just. Okay, never mind. We'll take those. Double damage and Zeus also like surprisingly not that bad with the double damage. But his base damage is actually pretty good these days. Yeah, it's not like Naga support. Like stuns are much better than roots. Like Naga support used to be good in like a short time when you had this like basically uncounterable combo with Meme Hammer, where you just had to do something like got like treads and you toggled them like 2 or 3 times, and then you would get exactly the right timing with sleep into Meteor Hammer, and it was like impossible to like BKB in between. But that doesn't work anymore. So Naga support is not really a thing.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Now we got the Sentry War in mid lane. If you don't get Sentry Stun against TA, you're gonna have a bad time. Okay, you're coming in. No, it's not gonna happen. Not going to happen. With this Tiny being so blue, I always kind of think he's being affected by Maledict. But that's just his model.
Dire structures are fortified.
Itoro is actually pretty far behind. Whoa, this aggressive dual or tri lane or whatever has not really worked out for them. But despite Team Spirit being ahead in kills, they're down in farm by quite a bit. Oh, collapse. What? Going back and forth?
Radiant's top tower.
Okay. Alright, dude.
Ну тут вроде ливать пора тебе, братан.
Okay, so Lina is really not in a good place. Lan is not doing that great either. I'm just gonna get this rune if it spawns here, and it does. Abed not getting anything. It's making his way towards the good old Desolator. And yeah, of course, the TA great at farming ancients. Yatoro, he has enough for Javelin. Okay, he's got Lightning Bolt, maxed like at 3 levels. Miposhka, he's got no items. Does he have boots or something? Yeah, he's got boots on the courier.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Okay, Saberlight, I don't think we're gonna make it out of this. Yeah, he's very dead. Also a lot of investment, obviously. Going offlaner. Oh, on the other side also they kill the Underlord, so offlaner traded for offlaner.
Dire's top tower is under
And
attack.
maybe they're also gonna trade tower for tower. It looks like Rebellion not that interested in taking the tower. It's easy once again with Mask of Madness.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Was a pretty strong farming item on Shadow Fiend. He's going for kind of the same build again. He went 3 levels in Shadow Rays to start out with, and then max out Necromastery, and then it's going to put a point in Presence. Okay, smoke comes out here. Ooh, Medallion of Courage. That's an item that exists in this game. Haven't seen it in a while. He goes in there. Medallion used. Pretty decent Shadow Fiend ultimate. And that's a pretty clean kill. Fortification forced out. I'm gonna tank a bit with the Treants. Keep the Siege Creep alive. Doing a bunch of extra damage. And there we go. Lal is pretty close to Blink Dagger. Lina still doesn't have her Mjolnir, or rather her Maelstrom. Abed is gonna finish his Desolator now. He's pretty good. Interesting to see not a single Wraith Band on Abed. Oh! Don't leave this Ancient Black Dragon there. You are back. Welcome back, Mr. Benami Swift. Not sure what this Sonic Trap is for. I guess people who walk like this. It feels like there's a more important part of the map where you can put traps on. Yeah, it's 1-on-1 now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Last game also we had a TC Shadow Fiend. So as your Toro Lina. And once again, Shopify have the advantage. Going to rewrite something for a friend. Okay. What do you rewrite? We've got like a pretty stark demarcation here between, like here's the area for the Shopify cores. Here are the Spirit cores, and then down here in bottom are the supports.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, Lina not doing that well. They tried putting a new off lane against the Shadow Fiend, and it did not go that well.
The seeds of fortune.
First and Falcon Blade, so the most important items are there, but not quite scaling the way a Lina should.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Abed on the other hand, he's got Aegis, and he's already most of the way to Dragonlance. I don't underestimate Lina. He's a pretty good hero, I heard. Okay, Abed stacking up the traps here in mid lane. I was going to use the traps to get some farm. Yes, support Sven.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Good old Post 5 Sven. It's going to get boots, and now it's going to get shard.
Radiant's bottom tower is
It's starting to get really tired. Okay, Abed going for the BKB.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Makes
under
sense.
attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ooh, Yatoro! No. Okay, they find on the tiny there. Also mid lane tiny, so that's a pretty big kill.
Has been killed.
Oh, Trent ulti. Okay, just only Underlord. Not the best Trent ulti. Prophet? Ooh, just going like full utility Prophet. He's going Aghanims into BKB. I mean, it's 5 AM here. I'm allowed to be sleepy.
Tower has fallen. Money to burn.
Yeah, I like it actually. Medallion plus Blightstone. Kind of fun. Now I'm gonna go Blink Dagger. I like this crit build. But 5k lead now. Like one of these games where there's not that much is happening. It's only 4 and 6 after almost 20 minutes.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Right, Abed letting Crit have enough money for the dagger. Nice guy.
Dire's bottom tower
Oh,
has fallen.
he's TPing. Buffett is already dead. They're pretty tanky Underlord. Abed got the Aegis. Kind of throwing away his life. This is a pretty good fight for Spirit. Yeah, Lina doing well. She's got the Gleipnir. Now working on the Boots of Travel. Not going for the early BKB as you usually see, because once again you've got Overgrowth going through that. You've got Walrus Punch going through. You even eventually get the Melted Bash going through. I mean, you stop the Requiem of Souls, but it's really not that much. So I guess it makes sense to not go for the early BKB. Oh, she's maxed out Light Strike Array. Meaning that Dragon Slave is going to be a bit cheaper. Alright, so it is Prophet. Has he completed the BKB? Oh, he actually changed his mind. He's going for a right click build after all. Going for Maelstrom instead of BKB.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So Spirit have managed to reduce the lead down to 5k. Slightly less. But still 5k at 21 minutes is a pretty significant lead. Collapse feels like he needs a 4-staff here. Work and finish his Greaves, never mind.
Is under attack.
Goes for the Greaves first. I guess 4-staff is nice, you can force people out of the trees.
Under attack.
Get away from TA. Okay, 3-man smoke. Was out for Shopping Rebellion. Gets scouted by Zeus ult. Gatoro.
Radiant's middle tower is
on his own. There's no disable there. Wait, what? Oh, we didn't have TP. Oh, that's what happened. I thought it was TPing. Never mind. Yeah, okay, that did not work out for Spirit. Looks like Rebellion are back in the driver's seat. Ooh. Easier this time, going for a much earlier Arcane Blink. More, going like a little bit more utility. Like magic stuff instead of just straight up right click. That was a kind of a weird raise. Not exactly on target. Also hasn't got a shard yet. I want to go for that. That shard is pretty strong. Okay, collapse. We got the Greaves and the Crimson Guards. A lot of aura stuff. Meanwhile, Miposhka is still working on that shard. He's very underfound. Even by +5 standards. Look, it's Fly. He's at least got a dagger and an arcane boots. Ask also got the dagger. Got medallion. Okay, GA. She did not actually go for the Ether Lens. Not Ether Lens, but Dragon Lance rather. Yeah, another time of game you want to watch at 5 AM. Yeah. I mean, I don't necessarily mind those games where it's like more strategic and so on. I think people farming and so on is also interesting, but yeah, could be a more exciting game. But I want to finish this game. So, got the BKB coming out for TA. And then Shadow Fiend, of course, also has got the BKB, it's got the Blink Dagger. You've got, actually no BKB on Nature's Prophet. And for the complete Gleipnir. Yeah, this is not gonna work out here for Team Spirit. Mira is down.
Hello, this is Gabe
2 for 1.
Thanks for playing Dota 2. Double kill.
There we go. Roshan is still not up. They've got the trap here to confirm that. But Spirit don't necessarily know that. Oh. Okay, Abed now going back for the Dragon Lance. Chaos can be strategic. Or it can be a ladder. Yeah, Cane Blink still a plan for Mr. Artur. Oh, what happened there? I guess just caught split pushing. Yes, I know it's pretty good hero against Prophet. You can catch him out. Alright, Roshan's still not up. Might be a bit dicey for Shopify. Here's another hero, but Abed makes it out. Oh, Roshan is just respawned. That's a bit lucky for Spirit. Oh, they do find crit there. And as well find the TA. That is a bit of a disaster for Shopify Rebellion. That's gonna be an Aegis and Shard for Team Spirit. Who did they get the Shard to? Oh, never mind, Arteezy! With a plate, it's gonna make it out. Whoa! Oh, they have vision with the trap. They didn't devote the trap. Oh, what an amateur mistake. They just had a sentry there. They could have destroyed the trap, and then ATC would have never been able to make this play. Wow. He just makes it out with a BKB TP.
The seeds are forged.
Oh my god. What a herald play there. Just leaving the trap inside. Oh my god. Okay, Spirits. Lina now, after having a terrible start, he's on top of the net worth. Then there's 3 heroes from Shopify. As if we look at Collapse or Lal, they're just pretty far behind, especially Lal. Like, he's basically a support. It's like they have a position 1, a position 3, and then like 3 supports. Okay, 3 minutes here on the Aegis still. For Artur. He's close to having enough for the Swift Blink. Was a very strong teamfight item on Shadow Fiend. Makes your ultimate much stronger because you get like half the cast time. The Collapse got the 4 staff, now he's working on Heaven's Halberd, which makes sense. Right, you've got 3 ranged cores that all right click. So Heaven's Halberd is very strong here. Right, they're taking over the enemy triangle. The Toro is now finally finishing his BKB. And that's gonna be like an important power spike as well. Miposhka got... Did he get the shard from the Roshan earlier, or was it, did he buy the shard and get another 1,000 gold? Actually not sure. I don't think that I think Arteezy only stole the Aegis, not the shard. But I don't know. He doesn't have the shard himself, so maybe. Oh, knowledge. You really want that on Shadow Fiend? I mean, level 20 is pretty strong talent, but still. Okay. Use to dodge. Nothing really found. All they get is this plus 5 Sven. Which is okay, but not really what you're looking for. At this stage, 4k net worth lead is not that much, honestly. So, still everything to play for here. Ugh. It's so late. 5:15. All right. So we've got... What's the plan? Do they want to push anything with this? No, it's almost timed out. Ooh, interesting. Arteezy going for like a hybrid kind of build, like hybrid between right click and magic damage SF. So interesting. Not something you'd really expect from Arteezy. Or just from a +1 Shadow Fiend in general. I guess the idea is that they already have like 2 other cores that also right click. So you don't need to do the most damage with the right clicks. Kind of interesting. Okay, he's also thinking about Refresher Orb. He really wants to go for this like full utility. Magic damage, Shadow Fiend. Huh. Lima Prophet goes for right click and yeah, of course as well. I actually kind of like this this build idea, considering the kind of game they're in. Oh, yeah, PKB, yes. Oof. He's gonna die. Good ultimate though, but not gonna be enough.
It's not
Bro,
the
don't
heat,
do that,
it's the
bro,
humiliation.
I don't know, if we just PKB TPs right away, maybe he makes it out. It's hard to judge in these situations. Oh, Gem now out on Treant. Why gonna be scouting around? Then we can see.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
And now the net penalty is basically down to 0. Bird even slightly in the lead. Yeah, crit. I don't know what he's doing there.
Top tower is under attack.
That's not what you want to be, buddy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Mira Zeus has got Aghanims, which is really important, obviously. And then Abed wants to go for a nullifier, which, I mean, I guess it counters Force Staff and Crimson. Yep, Toro didn't need to recover. Just Lina things. Works against E-Blade, used defensively. It works against Ergen Pike there. Works also against Warcry, so it's pretty good actually. Pretty good. Alright, big smoke there. 5-man smoke from Spirit. Valiant are kind of posturing at top here, but they might get caught out. Oh! Ah, they get the ward there. Very nice reactions. Oh! Okay, Artesia just gonna TP out. That's a lot of damage though from Lina. Right, Abed, not quite enough for the nullifier. And Sableye gonna go for an AC. Is a great item in this kind of lineup because they've got like this minus armor physical damage lineup.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We have the nullifier ready.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
That'll become very handy. A lot of stuff to dispel. Roshan not up yet. They know that it can't be up yet, but soon.
Radiant's middle
But soon
tower
it could
is
be.
under attack.
They're trying to scout this other treants. But Spirit not letting them. And there we are. Roshan is up. That's gonna go really quick. When contested, they need to be fast. Ooh, okay, they can't be contested, but they're gonna try to make them pay a price. Ooh, Atizi, that ultimate, whoa! Atizi MVP of this game, this ultimate, wow! They actually gave up Roshan. Gonna take this fight. It's just like a complete team vibe. Atizi, god! Holy frick! Doesn't even care about getting the Aegis.
Radiant's bottom tower
Gives it to
is under
Abed.
attack.
What a
Radiant
Chad.
structures are fortified.
Prophet meanwhile is down here. Hitting the buildings. As you do.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
He's just had some really impressive ultimates in this game.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Ooh! Easy kill.
Radiant's middle tower.
Right. Last gasp here for Two Spirit and Toshka. Dead. Oh, Getora gets tossed back there. He's doing a lot of damage. He's still got the Hurricane Pike, but not gonna use it. Until he's low. He blinks out. No problem. Basically, also see a buyback coming out of Nature's Prophet. AC is here. Picked out. Collapse is pretty dead. They're all buying back here. For Rebellion. They want to end this now. Okay, Prophet. TP's back home. Teleports back in. And it's gonna be it. Wow. So it was a bit of a slow game, but then it had a pretty explosive ending. And honestly, Atizi just had some of these amazing ultimates in this game. I think he's definitely MVP for this game. Wow. Oh, that was fun. But I don't think I can go on. That's like another full series here. Which might take another 3 hours. Maybe even more. Who knows? It's still dark outside, but it won't be for that much longer. Because it's like 5:30 here in Germany. So I'm gonna call it a night. I'll probably do a bit of streaming tomorrow as well. Not that late though. Yep. Hopefully I'll see some of you on tomorrow, on Wednesday, and have a good rest of the night. And enjoy the last game on some other stream if you want to. Alright, thanks for watching, and goodbye.